Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online
10, 9, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Seema, we can't hear you. Seema, one moment. We can't hear you. One of your sound is gone. 1 second. Can you speak now?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Go ahead.
A very warm global namaste to all of you from wherever in the world you're connecting to us from. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. My name is Seema Bhatia, and I'm based in Hong Kong. And I'd like to welcome you all to today's episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. But as always, before we start any episode, we love to bring a little bit of centeredness and positivity into our programs. So let's all chant the Gayatri Mantra 3 times. I'd ask you all to please sit comfortably and close your eyes. Take a deep, long breath in and breathe out. Just keeping a feeling of gratitude and joy within your hearts. Let us now chant the Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Whenever you feel whole and complete, you may very slowly open your eyes. A very warm welcome back and a very warm welcome and global namaste to all of you who probably have just hopped on. And welcome to today's Vegan Vegetarian Kitchen. And we have with us our senior anchor, Amrita Sharma from India. Global Namaste, Amrita ji. How are you? Lovely to see you.
Global Namaste, Seema ji. It's very lovely to see you as well. And I'm really very delighted that you've opened this episode and we are going to host Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, which so many viewers of ours look forward to have something new to their plate and their kitchen. And that's why, who other than you, Seema ji, who has been our resident kitchen contributor as well as an expert in the domain of food and dining, as well as so many things. Let's have our founder and director what he has to say. Global namaste to you, Neil Kumar, and also talk to Anukulji.
A global namaste to women empowerment. Isn't it funny that at home in the kitchen, it's women who are generally world over cooking, but when you go to the restaurants or any competition, men are the top chefs. Nobody has the answer for it, so today we want to discover what's the answer. Seema, while we are talking, without touching too much, your camera, the mobile camera has gone back to portrait because you just touched it to sort the sound out. See if you can make it landscape while we are talking. And let's welcome our senior resident panelists for most of the subjects, our orthopedic surgeon, Anakul Goswami. A global namaste to you, Anakul.
Global Namaste.
So, is food very important for surgeons? Do they guide people what food to eat before surgery takes place?
That's very interesting. As far as I am concerned, all my years in surgical or the operating theaters was I would start without thinking even a word about food. I would just start it. So I would eat only when I get a chance or when I got a chance. Usually my would day would start off without anything and I would finish the day without anything. But in between, there was somebody would get some sandwiches or something, then I would eat. But that's
And
how it was.
And while a surgery sometimes is very tense because you are very you focused on making sure that the person is completely fully repaired correctly, does a hunger pang strike ever when we're that busy? Because I find when a mind is extremely busy and concentrated on work, there is no hunger. Hunger comes when you are idle, when you are sitting, then the food creeps in, or you are stressful. So, does it ever happen that while performing surgery, halfway down, the hunger pang kicks in?
Surprisingly not. It is very surprising. I mean, my entire surgical career was that I would get up at about 6:30 or 7 in the morning. I would be there in the operating theater by 7:45, 8, and we would start our work. And many of the surgical procedures would start, say, about 8:30. The patient would be on the table, and we'd finished about 4:30 just on one patient. And in between, we might just exchange. One of our colleagues would go give a few minutes relief, and we would go and have a bit of maybe tea or maybe a biscuit or so, and then come back to action again. But that's what our life was. But it is only late in the evening that we'll say, "All right, I feel like eating something," but never during the work or surgery. And that still remains to be true even now.
So we'll talk a bit further about it.
Absolutely.
Seema, your camera is still portrait, it's not landscape. So
Yeah.
unlock like last time, make it landscape. Don't change the position because we have set it up. So see if you can landscape it. You will have to swipe it and then
Yeah, that's
unlock it.
exactly what I'm
Okay,
doing.
1 second, 1 second. Let's see. Yeah, it's still portrait. When it's gone landscape, I'll come in and tell you. So, Amrita, food and Ayurveda. Today, later, we want to know what part Ayurveda plays or how few hundred years back, how did they teach us maybe what ingredients to use or why do we add certain ingredients or certain spices to the food? Certainly, there is some science proving that certain spices are very good for food. So, yes, Seema, don't touch, don't touch. It is correct now. Don't touch anything, please. Thank you. So, it's beautiful. So, Amrita, we're going to talk about why spices and food and why seasonal fruits and vegetables are very important. People forget that in the local country, the Almighty or the Supreme Being designed foods and vegetables that were useful for that particular season. So we'll talk about that. But let's go to our waiting resident kitchen contributor and our episode producer, Seema Bhatia, who is enjoying Hong Kong at the moment, and she is ready to rock and roll and maybe tell us something exciting about autumn vibes. Over to you, Seema.
Thank you very much, Nilkor. So today we have a wonderful Southeast Asian recipe, and I'm going to be demonstrating a Peranakan laksa. So the laksa is actually this beautiful noodle soup that reflects a wonderful story of integration and immigration. So before I get into the actual demonstration, I'd like to say a little bit about this dish. So what was once a simple Chinese noodle soup got transformed into this gorgeous symphony of flavors during the spice and silk routes between roughly the 14th century and the 17th century, when the merchants traveled from different parts of the world, from India, from China, to the Peranakan regions, to Singapore, to Malaysia, to the Malaccan Straits, uh, um, and integrated with the local culture, bringing along with them the flavors from their countries. So the traditional Chinese noodle broth soup got transformed into this wonderful dish called laksa. Now, laksa has derived its name, they say, either from the Persian laksha, which means, I think it means, noodles, and or the Indian lakha, 100,000, which is reflective of 100,000 noodles. Okay, this recipe is very beautiful. It is a true celebration, a tapestry of the intermingling of cultures. So I'm going to walk you through the ingredients very slowly. Please pay attention. And I will we will be working in 3 layers: the spice paste, then cooking up the spice paste, and then developing the coconut broth, and then bringing it all together into a noodle soup. So actually we're working in 4 layers. So let's start with the ingredients. What we have here, we have 2 shallots. Okay, and please don't substitute the shallots for onions. Go with the shallots because that's how laksa is traditionally made. 4 cloves of garlic, 2 dried red chilies pre-soaked in water, and it is this water that is used to blend or pound all the ingredients into a thick paste. A generous ½ teaspoon of turmeric, a ½ teaspoon of cumin seeds, a ½ teaspoon of coriander seeds, half a stem of lemongrass. Find a lot of lemongrass in Malaysia, Singapore, some parts of India, and some parts of China and Hong Kong as well. Galangal. Now, many of you will ask me, what is galangal? Galangal comes from the ginger family. It's a fragrant, beautiful ginger, and it is very anti-inflammatory in nature. Now, if you are not able to get galangal in the UK, you could probably head down to Colindale, or to other parts, maybe even I think it's beyond Wimbledon, but I can't remember the area's name, but it'll come back to me. And you could go into the Southeast Asian stores and buy fresh galangal or galangal powder. You'll also get it in Leicester Square in the Chinese shops in the UK. We're going to bring this all together with a vegetable broth. Now, since we want to align ourselves with the rhythms of nature, Ritucharya, autumn it is, so autumn produce we must eat. We're going to change this laksa around and add in some pumpkin puree. Now, what I've used here is I've used a kabocha squash, a Japanese kabocha squash, and I boiled half of it and pureed it, and it comes to exactly 1 cup. 1 cup of coconut milk, and we have not used fresh because it takes a lot of time and effort to extract fresh coconut milk. But this is canned coconut milk. We have a can of coconut milk here. If you just look at the general context of this soup, it's got a lot of anti inflammatory agents. So it's very medicinal in value and it's perfect for the upcoming cool season. It's got turmeric, it's got lemongrass, it's got galanga, it's got anti inflammatory spices such as cumin and coriander. I don't know if many of you, Amrita, will be able to throw some light here. In Ayurveda, they advocate that we drink a CCFT tea daily, right, Amrita? Could you tell us more about the
Yes, yes,
CCFT,
yes, yes.
the magical
Yes.
Ayurvedic tea?
Yeah, the CCFT basically is very beautiful, and I really like all the ingredients that you're adding into this because the combination of the cumin seeds, in fact, the CCFT has got the cumin, the fennel, combinations, and the herbs that you have used in here are rich in antioxidants as well. That is what I see. So it's a very good combination in a sense that it holds rich amount of vitamins, rich amount of certain special minerals that every herb specially has, and also a good combination of the um, the spice that will help in bringing up a warmth in the autumn season, and specifically for this season, which is where the winters are starting and the body is changing. In that case, these kind of herbs are specifically very, very useful. And if you have neutralized it with coconut milk and vegetable broth, which I see, it's really, really cool and nice actually.
So it's that
So,
perfect balance of flavor because
and yeah,
we've got the
yes,
spice from
yes.
the chilies and then the sweetness of the coconut, right? So
Yes.
now one thing I wanted to add is a traditional laksa has they use candle nuts, but because candle nuts are not available here in Hong Kong, I have substituted it with walnuts, but you can substitute it with cashew nuts. And should you have a nut allergy, then feel free to use pumpkin seeds or sunflower seeds. You're still going to get your healthy fats in the recipe.
Yes, not only
Mhm.
fats, but special minerals of zinc, cobalt, these kind of minerals that specifically only in few nuts have are really giving you a good nourishment and combination of absorption and the kind of sanskar, what we say in Ayurveda, to talk about how these herbs are mixed together and what you are producing out of it so that you get the best digested stuff out of this and you
And
assimilate them.
thank you, Amrita. So we're going to start with making the spice paste. Now, what I have is I have a ready-made spice paste already, and I've walked you through the ingredients, but I'll just give you a little bit of a know-how how to make the spice paste. So first thing I need to do is wash my hands. You can excuse me for just a second.
A very important part of kitchen. In fact, I would say the most important part to wash your hands and stay clean and prepare a hygienic food because what you are giving to your family is the health ultimately through this. And in that health, hygiene plays a very important role. So I think for every preparation, your hygiene with you on your own self, how you keep your hands, how you prepare things, how you store those things, um, can prevent a lot of GI tract infections, I would say. And I think Dr.
Yes.
Anukul may agree with me on all these things. So with where we can, if we use these small hygienic tips of what we are preparing and preserving and using up in our refrigerators and cooking and all these things may prevent
I
a lot
think
of
it's
infections.
very very important to be scrupulously clean in the kitchen. It's because It can be a breeding ground for a lot of bacteria if not stored, if food is not stored at the correct temperatures, or if it's not used within the ideal shelf life. And of course, also
Yes.
if we're not maintaining proper food and hygiene standards. So I've got my gloves
Yeah.
on. And we're going to start
Simranji,
with
before you
building
move
up.
further, I would like to also ask you, there's a lot of importance about use of which kind of utensils we use for cooking. And there is a big discussions on different type of metals, what kind of metals are good. And on that word, what is your take on utilizing those utensils?
Stainless steel and clay. I'm
Hmm.
telling you, my grandmother used to cook in clay pots. Okay, she would use a wood fire, which wasn't
Hmm.
very environmentally friendly, I have to admit. So where she was in Rampur and she had big koti wali gar, a big house, and she had like a patio, big angan or a patio, you would call it. And she would have like an outdoor kitchen and she would light up a fire and use these huge clay pots over there. She had a lot of brassware as well. You see a lot of these companies coming up now in India, like Jishta and Petal, that have beautiful brassware that are going to cost you an arm and a leg, literally. And now when I think of it, I think of to myself, oh my God, I should have taken some of my grandmom's brassware because she had these big kadais and big, handis for cooking, and they would put them outdoor on the fire. She used a lot of clay pot cookery and a lot of stainless steel. There was nothing like Teflon. There was no
Hmm.
non-stick. It was traditional. She had a dairy behind the house, so she had the cows. We used to have fresh cow's milk, A2 cow's milk every day. We used to have homemade ghee. We used to have homemade butter with our parathas. And I think that generation had all their teeth till the age of 80, and they were very, very healthy.
Yeah.
And with modernization, we've brought in so much. We have done it to ourselves, actually.
Yeah.
Plastic. Um, Having said that, I am using plastic gloves. Please forgive me. Plastic and Teflon and all these, shortcut methods have actually hindered us in many ways because it's bringing in a lot of diseases for all of us, and a lot of complications. Anyway,
Yeah.
that's another
Let's get
topic that
started.
we can keep
Yes,
talking
yes.
about till tomorrow because it's such a long topic.
Wow. Motor
So this
pestle. I love. Hmm.
This is my pestle and mortar, and I picked this up in Indonesia. So what we're going to do is I'm not going to demonstrate the full thing. I'm just going to give you clucks of it. We're going to go in with the garlic, the chilies, the coriander, the cumin, coriander, sorry, the walnuts, the lemongrass, and the galangal. And we would peel these two shallots and we'd add them. And what we do is we'd add a little bit of water. And as we went along, we'd add more water, we'd scrape it, and we'd get it all amalgamated into a thick paste. Alternatively, if you're a modern cook who's looking to save time, you could use your electric blender. Very simple, very straightforward, very easy. What you're going to land up with, texture wise, I'm going to show this to you, is a thick laksa paste. So, we always have in Thai cooking, Malay cooking, even in Indian cooking, what is the base of our curries? Very often it's onion and tomato,
Hmm.
ginger garlic. Other times it could be just mustard seeds, cumin seeds, and tomatoes. So basically, this is the base of the laksa soup. But we want to kill all the rawness out of the flavor of this paste, right? And generally, what you do is when you make a laksa paste, you want to make a bulk amount in advance, which you can store in your fridge. And oil acts as a natural preservative. Now, what I'm using here is cold pressed sesame oil, okay, which is a healthier version of oil to use. Please opt out of vegetable oil and sunflower oil. And we're going to be generous with this because we need to cook up this paste. So have a heavy hand, please. You may not use all of the paste, and you're going to go in with this paste. You're going to mix it all up really well. Don't worry that the oil is cooked off and not yet hot. That's exactly what we want. We want to bring it up slowly. We're going to mix this all up and we're going to get this going. Now, this cooker of mine is very, very strong. So I'm going to work on a low heat and build it up. It's an induction one. And you're going to keep stirring. So you want to cook up the paste because you want to get rid of that raw flavor. Work with the temperature. You can see it's starting to bubble very lightly. Can you all see this very clearly? Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let's get that going. We have to be patient. Cooking is something where you have to give it a lot of love and a lot of time and patience.
Yes. It's very important to maintain the temperature and the timing. So a slow cooking is much more healthier than a fast, rapid cooking in many, many ways.
Yes, now this doesn't seem to be happening here for some reason, and it happened yesterday.
It's okay.
It's
While it's
profile.
cooking, we can chit chat. I find that cooking is therapeutic. I feel that cooking can be a very good habit. And if you can cook your own meal, then you know what you are using, what ingredient you are using. When you go out, you don't know what energy has cooked, what ingredients has been put in there. So cooking is very therapeutic. And Amrita, as you mentioned, if you can slow cook, then you retain the antioxidants and contents of the products that you are cooking as well. Sometimes fast cooking doesn't help.
Yeah, and cooking has got a very big role for mental health as well. That is why you see a lot of people cooking. So, despite of women's domain to cook as a necessity, apart from that, when you see men cooking and they say after the work, sometimes I enjoy preparing this, sometimes I cook this. So when we see this thing, it's a part of their mental uh, wellness journey where cooking enhances uh, their mental relaxation, give them a better cognition, give them a better uh, work in a way that they are doing something different from their normal routines. So most of the time, these things can be very, very helpful. What have you to say, Dr. Anukulji? Because after coming from surgery, and then sometimes you feel like, oh, this is what I want to have before night, and that then you go and finish the whole day. You have something, and then you say, okay, let me just prepare this. What's your take on that?
Absolutely right. Thank you, Amrita. I mean, food for me is absolutely essential because it's actually what I am. As you call it, the Annamaya Kosha in our system,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
it is this food that gives us this body. So it's interesting how at a given time, I actually literally talk to my food. I usually don't like anybody around me. I'm very quiet when I'm cooking, and I prepare all, and I literally think what I want to eat. It is not based on a recipe. It is based on what I want to eat. So I choose the ingredients I want. Sometimes I may not like a particular spice. Sometimes I take something else. Sometimes I want to have something a little raw. So I do think about it myself. So usually what I do is I shut my eyes just for a minute. I said, I'm going to prepare this, and then I'll get those ingredients and prepare it. Alternately, if I'm very hungry, I might say, I just put the pan first, then I'll say, all right, I want to have this, and put one after the other and say, I want to have a food of this sort. So I'm very connected to food in that sense. And I love it. And I don't like anybody in the kitchen when I'm cooking.
So there you are, Seema. No wonder Seema is alone over there cooking
Yeah.
because every chef likes that.
Actually, yes, when I'm cooking, I tell my children, okay, out, out, my
Yeah,
husband
same
out,
here.
everybody
Yes.
out. Let me be. I just want to be on my own and I want to get the meal ready. So you can see this is cooking up and a lot of the raw smell is beginning to go. It's still there slightly. I'm going to give it a few more minutes. So it's
The
very much
color,
like cooking up an Indian masala, like a technique we call
Hmm.
bhunoing. Right now, this
Yeah.
has an elaborate amount of oil because this is a paste I would use and store in my refrigerator and use it over a week. And you could just keep it literally for about a week because the oil would act as a natural preservative. So the idea is to literally cover the paste with the oil so it doesn't oxidize. Okay,
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
makes sense.
but to what extent will you be cooking it? Like till it's more little brown or what?
We're not going to brown it. Just the raw smell has to go.
Seema, I
Hmm.
can feel the aroma of it. Look at the way the
So it's
color is
coming through. I'm getting
converting.
it in layers. I'm getting the lemongrass. I'm getting the galangal. I'm getting the jeera, the cumin. I'm getting the coriander. You see, the essential oils, pretty much, when you cook up whole spices, the membranes explode and the essential oils get released. Now, these have been pretty much pounded up, which hastens the process. And to be honest with you, I'm just going to give this about 2, 3 more stirs. And you're
And
getting that
while,
slightly caramelized flavor here. Okay.
and
I'm
while
going
that is
to
cooking, let's show people the recipe ingredients. So you can go on the website of Healing Our Earth, go to kitchen episode, and here Seema has prepared the Autumn Vibes recipe, the ingredient to blend into a paste. Everything is there, the quantity is there, and right at the bottom is bit of mini instructions. So this is all there on Healing Our Earth website for today's episode. And Seema, let's remind the viewers who have just joined in, what are we going to end up making today?
We're going to make a Peranakan favorite, a Peranakan laksa, which is a traditional Malaysian, or you could say Malaysian, Indonesian, and Singaporean. Each area has its own recipe, noodle soup. And it's reflected of the 14th and 17th century spice route. It's a tapestry of cultures intertwined where the traditional Chinese noodle soup got transformed into this lovely, rich coconut brothy, spicy, tangy. There's so many words I can use to describe this because I love the laksa so much. Noodle soup that you can add non-vegetarian to, you can add vegetarian to, and it's a hearty meal and a very well balanced meal with lots of anti-inflammatory elements. So we've started with the spice paste, which I can show you here, as you can see. Yeah. So it very much resembles an Indian
Seema,
masala.
Seema, can you bring closer to the camera, the mobile camera? Yeah, bring it more closer. Bring it closer, closer. And turn it down a bit. Turn it. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So we can see the color and everything. I think the color is looking so appealing at the moment. It feels like sprinkling it over even a chalbet or something like that.
Actually, this would be really nice with cream cheese and toast. Let me tell you, it's so yummy with cream cheese
Yes.
and sourdough bread. It
And
just
is it
lifts up your cream cheese sourdough bread, really.
and Seema in its present form, is it spicy or hot
It
or
is spicy. In fact, I've toned it down. You can make it even more spicy. I just used 2 chilies, but you can
yes,
make it even more spicy. So, like I said, we're going to work in layers. We're going to start with the spice paste, and we're
yes.
going to build up the soup, and then we're going to bring everything together, right?
Now you're going to
So
put, at the end, you're also going to put noodles in it. So this can be like a meal come soup come.
it is everything in a bowl. It is
Okay.
everything in a bowl. Okay. So, like you said, Leah and Rita, I'm so glad you brought up the topic about cookware and healthy cookware because I'm going more stainless steel. I'm going more towards stainless steel.
Yeah, this is, I think, as the new fashion and trends change, there are a lot of things that keep coming for the cookware as well as different type of cooking utensils and what has to be used. And there's so many things that people don't know, that the science is always behind everything, and how you're cooking, what ingredients in which pan you're cooking makes a very big difference, because the cuisines have been different. And the other thing that has changed over time, in past we always use fresh cooked things, we use fresh things. Now things are with preservative, things are with a lot of chemicals. There's a lot of interaction of these chemicals with the kind of cookware you're using. The process of cooking is involved, what kind of oils and butters and fats you're using in it, and then over and above, what is your basic ingredients in terms of vegetables or fruits, what are you adding up into all the things that you take up in your meals.
Exactly. Okay. So now we're going to start building up the broth. So, of course, the base of the broth is the curry paste. So you're going to take as much as you want. I would recommend about a good 2 tablespoons or three. You put the
This soup you're preparing is for single serving for how many people?
yeah, it's a single serving. It's a generous single serving. You're going to go in with a cup of vegetable broth, homemade, store-bought, or made in advance. Give this a nice stir. The broth is going to deglaze the pan and bring up all the caramelized bits of the spice paste. And now we're going to go in with our lovely ingredient, which is very unique to this laksa, which is the pumpkin puree, which is a cup of pureed pumpkin. Just steamed or boiled, and we're going to bring this all together, give it a nice stir. You can see now it's thickening up, it's rich, it's getting richer. Can you see that?
Yeah, it's getting thicker.
Now
Yeah.
you can have this on its own as a pumpkin soup. Okay, you just have to add salt and pepper to this. But you're going to balance of these flavors with jaggery, a tablespoon of jaggery. Okay, because we want all that the flavors of sweets, spicy, salty, sour, which are good flavors for autumn as well. Given that it's the vata season, keep stirring. Make sure that jaggery is beautifully mixed in. It is the reason, and of course, the Chinese flavors, because this dish is an amalgamation. Coconuts from Malaysia and Indonesia, soy sauce, which is Chinese, chilies, cumin, coriander from India, pumpkin, because it's autumn. We're going to go in with a generous tablespoon of soy sauce. You may have noticed I haven't added salt to this recipe yet because we've added soy sauce. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
going
that's
to
what I was
start
about to
coming.
ask you. Yeah.
Yes. So we're coming to a gentle simmer, and you're going to go in with a can of coconut milk.
Mm-hmm.
Keep
Wow, what
stirring.
a color. Rich color and rich thickness of the soup. I want
And
to
you
come
just,
right now.
I can
It
taste. I
seems
can
to
taste
be.
it.
well, I can say
It
right
looks
now,
so
heavenly
yummy.
fragrances, literally heavenly fragrances are filling the air. I'm going to take this up a notch. I'm going to bring it to a boil, and we're going to bring the soup together. So while this is coming together, I'm going to just tell you my choice of vegetables. I've launched some carrots and green beans because these are my favorite. And we have tofu. Now, this is deep fried tofu that we buy in the wet market here in Hong Kong. You can actually use raw tofu or pan-seared tofu. Tofu, that's your choice. If you're non-vegetarian, you can use cooked alternatives of any meats of your choice. Laksa is traditionally made with seafood. And we have these noodles here that, of course, just like we go to the vegetable markets here, you can buy fresh noodles. China is known to make fresh handmade noodles. So you can buy them in the wet market here. Of course, in the UK, you could use spaghetti, or you could go down to Collingdale and go to Merton. That's the place. Merton is where the Chinese shops are, and you could buy fresh noodles or dry noodles and cook them up and bring them up. So I would say now we buy these by the catty, which is I think 600 grams or 800 grams. I would say roughly this is about 400, perfect for one serve. We have this rich, lovely, velvety soup coming along, as you can see. It's coming to a gentle simmer. Now, there's one ingredient that I want to add here that I haven't included in the recipe, but I think it's very important because we have added turmeric, right? And we're talking about inflammation. This is an anti-inflammatory recipe to a certain extent. To increase the bioavailability of the turmeric, we have to bung in some black pepper. So I'm going in with half a teaspoon of black pepper. I always say turmeric, the queen, the Maharani of spices, is always happier when her husband, black pepper, is around. And that's when she gets all happy and gets absorbed into your system fully. It's come to a
Seema,
gentle simmer. You're going to
Seema, you
switch it.
mentioned Seema, you mentioned black pepper. I find that, if one wants to reduce salt in their life, black pepper with lemon or lime is one ingredient that can reduce salt. You can do away without salt, those who are suffering with high blood pressure or water retention or sodium problems.
Right.
Then a black pepper with lemon or lime can actually replace the salt value. Somebody from Malaysia has commented, Seema, that they're watching on a website, that they call this as a laska or a solome soup, noodle soup. Is that right?
Solome noodles.
Yeah, laska. They say vegetarian version
Laksa.
that you are making.
Curry laksa.
Yeah, they say this seems like curry laska soup.
It's a curry laksa soup. You're absolutely correct.
Aha, so they're clever that they're
Absolutely
sending.
correct. Yes.
It is Julie actually sending a comment.
Thank you, Julie, for your comment. So now we're going to bring this all together. So I'm going to add in my tofu. I'm going to add in my green beans on one side here. You can add in any vegetables of your choice that you like: broccoli, asparagus, some blanched spinach. I play around with this recipe a lot because it's an all-time favorite in our home. Lift that up, and you're going to go in very gently with your soup. It's a hearty helping for one person. As you can see, living foods with bean sprouts. Just a few on top. I like to have them raw. Some red chilies to make it very attractive, give it some color, and give it more of a kick, if you like. And of course, an all-time favorite that we love in our home and in Asia, fresh coriander. You're just gonna spread that around. Remember, you're making this piece of art. You're decorating your bowl of soup. You're giving it a lot of love and spring onions. And now what they do is they normally serve it with a wedge of lime, green lime. But what I'm going to do, this is calamansi. Calamansi is found extensively in the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia. I'm going to use, it's very high in vitamin E, vitamin C. It has great antioxidant properties, beautiful flavor, very fragrant. I'm just going to add some calamansi here. And there we are. That is your traditional tapestry of flavors, a beautiful story of integration, immigration, a curry laksa, reflective of the spice route and the Silk Road during the 14th and 17th centuries, bringing all the elements of these areas together in one bowl. Isn't it beautiful? And it tells a story.
Yeah, it's
It,
very, very amazing. I really love this. I
it
think
tells you
the
it tells you such
yes,
a great story. Hello?
yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
Are you
we can
yeah,
hear
there?
you.
Yeah,
Sima, it sounds, this looks so medicinally healthy as well.
yes,
it is.
You blended almost rainbow color of ingredients.
So you could add purple cabbage into this. You could actually eat your rainbow through this soup. Let me tell you how. Carrots, we've already got the pumpkin. Now you've got the pumpkin already in the coconut milk. It's such a devious recipe for the devious mother who wants to get that pumpkin down her children's throat. And they're going to say, oh, it's yucky. I don't like it. They're not going to know there's pumpkin in this, number one. Yeah,
yeah,
because coconut is going to mask the flavor of the pumpkin and the lemongrass and the chili and everything. You could add purple cabbage into this recipe. You could add beetroot would turn this, it would become a blushing laksa. It would turn pink. And I've done that before, trust you me. You could add Swiss chard, you could add spinach, you could add broccoli, you could add asparagus, you could add, I know this is a vegan vegetarian kitchen, please forgive me because my family, my children and husband eat a lot of non-vegetarian. You could add fish, you could add shrimp, you could add shellfish, you could add clams, you could add mussels into this. You could add chicken into it. Tofu is great. Tempeh is good. In the Indonesia uses a lot of tempeh. You could add in. You could
And
throw in
Sima,
some.
Sima, the other Sima who is going to come at 4:30, she's
Yes.
actually going to talk about tempeh and tofu because it's got a lot of protein value. And in fact, the button mushrooms, they also go very good with this.
Mushrooms are beautiful. Straw mushrooms
Yeah,
go beautifully in this recipe. There's one more thing I just want to peep in my larder if it's there that I'd like to bring forward. Could I get one
go
second to
ahead.
just nip over
yes,
to the side
please.
while you guys have a chat?
And while you're doing that, Sima, Hasmita will be coming as well. Hasmita, if you're listening, both your cameras are portrait at the moment. You want to make them landscape, just like how the other cameras are, Hasmita. Both your cameras are connected. If you make them landscape, it will be better. So this is so beautiful. Sima, what have you brought from the...
I brought, you know how we put fried onions on top of our biryani?
Ah,
Yes.
fried
Barista,
onions.
we
Oh,
call it. There. That's how they have it. And that is your curry
lovely.
laksa. And it's
Yeah,
beautiful. They have a big spoon and they have these chopsticks and, they pick up everything with the chopsticks.
yeah.
And
It's a
you
complete
can,
meal in itself. A
it's a
very
meal. This
nutritious.
is a warming hug in a bowl, literally. Perfect for autumn and winter. Really.
Yes.
And I think, as Seema says, it's wholesome, hearty, liquidy. I think this is more like any patient can enjoy this food as well. I mean, this would be healthy and they wouldn't get boring hospital food in that case.
I think the
Uh,
spice, you'd have to tone down the spice considerably
Exactly.
for the
We have to
patients.
adjust
Yeah.
But
the spices, maybe.
but they
Yes.
might want to use bone broth in this, for exceeded anti-inflammatory purposes for the patients, and tone down the spices, and maybe go easy, go with fresh coconut milk
So
or
Seema,
blended
Mm.
let's Seema,
tender
let's do
coconut.
something. Let's show the people the prepared dish. So if you could remove the chopstick and bring the bowl near the camera and slightly tilt it without dropping any liquid. And if you go towards your left, yes, and now come up gently and tilt it downwards so we can bring a camera. So there you are, you can see. I'm just going to make it as a single. Keep on holding, Seema, just keep on holding 1 moment. We're going to remove ourselves from the spotlight so people get a maximum view over there. Now it's just the dish, and we can see different colors there, the rainbow color. Look at the nice sauce, it's got that curry flavor. Beautiful. Thank you, Seema. Yeah, let's carry on chit-chatting. Now,
I
Anakul is waiting for a Uber drop for this thing. Anakul, sorry, this
I,
is in Hong Kong.
I know, but I must tell you that all along I was just watching the dish uh, right through because I like those fresh vegetables which had been put in. The flavor of the coconut milk is just still in my mouth. Although I've not really tried it on the dish directly, but I can really taste it. It's just amazing food. I would really would.
It is. It's
It's
really healthy, and we've blanched the vegetables. So actually, they're not mushy soft. Actually, when you bite into them, they have a bit of a crunch, the
that's right.
vegetables. So you're getting a lot of prana from this dish,
Absolutely,
especially if you're consuming it within 3 to 4 hours of production. You are getting a lot of prana because the vegetables are half cooked.
absolutely,
It's got the living foods with the sprouts, as you can see over here, these
absolutely.
sprouts, yeah. And it's got pumpkin kaddu, like my mom used to
Yeah,
call it in Punjabi.
yeah.
Is very high on the prana index. I think
Very high.
Amrita would
Yes,
agree with me over here that
Yeah,
it's
even in
very
the
good.
hydration point of view, it's very nice. I could see that lovely sprouts. Like these are
And
really
so
amazing.
beautiful, Amrita. And
Yeah.
look at these. It's so
Yes,
pretty.
yes.
So
And
great way to have these sprouts. If you've
how many
ever
did
been,
how many days did you put it for sprouting? Like how many days did it take
I
to grow
bought
that
this.
much?
We get this
You bought
all.
it. Okay.
We get
Hmm.
moong sprouts. We get all in the wet market, like the sabzi mandi, in
Okay.
in a tokery, in a basket there. So you can just go and buy it. And great way to have this is actually wash them really well, of course, and add sesame oil, salted pepper, and lemon.
So, Seema, let's remind the viewers any sprouted ingredient that you use, whether it's mung or beans or anything, one has to be careful that they are heated correctly if you're buying from the shops because they carry E. coli because they have to
You
grow in
have
the
to
womb.
wash them very well.
So it's very important people do. If you do it at home and it's all yours and you know that it's just 2, 3 days, you let them sprout, no worry, it is fine. If you're going to eat them raw, try to see
Yes,
if you can microwave for 1 or 2 minutes because then
yes,
it is safer to eat them. I eat sprouts every day like mung and the black chanas, at
yes,
least 100 grams, and then mix it with carrots and pepper and them because I think they're very healthy for body. Yes, I love them. That's it. Bring them closer to the camera, please. There you are,
Yeah.
absolutely.
so
sprouted.
these are the green moong bean sprouts that we make at home.
And
That's right.
one should
Hmm.
keep this ready for snacking every day at home
Absolutely. Yeah.
rather than crisps and
Yeah.
Wotsits and all those things. And it's not boring if you sprinkle half a teaspoon of nice olive oil, black pepper, lime and lemon, then you can add
Absolutely.
other ingredients. This can become a chevro to those people who understands. It's very beautiful
Mm.
Absolutely.
Well,
Very nice.
you could
and good for
actually
protein. Good for protein for the vegetarian and
Uh,
vegans.
I exactly have been doing the same thing as Neil has been saying. That's exactly what I like doing as well. Fresh
Yeah.
sprouts.
It's good.
And what you could do is, if you don't have these sprouts, I think these are soybean sprouts actually, these ones, you could actually use these on top just a
The
little
mung
bit.
beans.
The mung beans, don't cook them, just bung them into the hot soup. So they have that slightly, because they slightly cook in the hot soup. And
Yes.
you just have it with this. You get the goodness and you get the prana of the mung beans. So this is a very, very versatile dish, and it's really beautiful to eat this
I have
because
two
you
questions
literally,
for Seemaji.
yes,
Two small questions. One is that you have used that jaggery. That jaggery,
yes.
is it sugar jaggery? What do you call cane jaggery,
So
or is it
I use jaggery. I buy the block from the Indian store and we grate it
right?
and we keep
But
it at
have you
home.
ever tried palm jaggery?
I have actually. One
Yes,
second.
the palm jaggery might add more flavor because palm jaggery is fantastic in its taste and its texture.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's good to know.
oh, fantastic. Palm jaggery. I use a lot of palm jaggery at home
So
over
this is
here.
this is this is actually Indonesian palm jaggery as
Right,
well. But,
right.
so we get everything, and then we get something else in our house.
But
This is also a
I can
palm
tell you
sugar.
clear. Oh, yes, yes. But there's nothing to beat that palm jaggery that we make in our own house, in our own village, by the way. So I get it from
Oh
India.
my,
So
that is
whenever I go,
so tasty. That is so
we
tasty.
make it at
And
home.
in some parts of Uttar Pradesh and Punjab,
Yes,
when we were driving in the car with the driver, I remember visiting with my parents. We would stop in these small farms and they would be making it and they put fennel seeds in them.
that's right.
So
Hmm.
now for
The
the
next,
ladies who are in menopause,
that's right.
yeah,
The
and
next
for those
question.
of you who have osteoporosis
Mhm.
and you're finding ways of adding sesame seeds into your salads,
Yeah, yeah. That's what I was
into
about to
your
ask.
soups.
Seeds would be good to add in this. Yes.
Seeds, pumpkin seeds are great in this.
Ex-
But
you
don't
have
add
already answered my
kalonji,
next
no
question.
onion seeds, no kalonji, no onion seeds, please.
Yeah,
You can add roasted flax, you can add pumpkin, small amounts of roasted flax. Pumpkin, you can add halim seeds, alsi, which are,
Yes, yes,
I
yes.
do, watercress seeds. They're very good
Watercress.
for your hair, for your hormonal health. You could add in, if you're seed cycling, you could use pumpkin, you could use sunflower, you could use sesame
Hmm.
for calcium, especially if you're of 40, 45, you don't want osteoporosis to settle. So there is so much you can do with this recipe and bring it into this, literally this rainbow bowl, if you add in all the colors of the vegetables, of nutrition. And
Hmm.
like we said earlier, it is a vegan vegetarian kitchen, forgive me, but if you are someone who needs really strong anti-inflammatory elements, then go in for the bone broth
Yes,
because
bone
that
broth.
works. Doctors recommend that, especially in some cases of cancer, etc. So, and besides the spice paste, and of course the healthy fats with the coconut and the walnut, it doesn't have much more oil. If you think of it, if you look at the proportion of the spice paste that we used in the soup, it's not that much of oil, you know. And
Yeah.
so
have you
so
ever
so
tried
this
when you use pumpkin seeds? Do you just open the pumpkin seed and take the thing inside, or you crush the whole thing? Have you ever tried it that way?
I roast them
You roast them.
slightly. I roast them to give them a slightly crisper flavor. And sometimes I just roast them with sea salt, and I just munch on them
Yeah,
because they're so good for you. And actually, they say eating
it's a
pumpkin
prana.
seeds, if you've got parasites in your
Yeah,
body, pumpkin seeds are very good if you've got parasites in your body because they actually paralyze the parasites and they get passed out of your system. This is what
Hmm.
holistic health is beginning to recognize now. The
fantastic.
green pumpkin seeds, that's what they say. So many of us don't go for deworming, right, Dr. Goswami?
That's true.
Yeah, and as being a doctor, you would advocate it, right? My dad used to
Certainly.
always say, "You must deworm yourself." You must. He would give us those tablets to deworm us. But a lot of people these days don't look at it and they say, oh, nobody has that. If you're eating a lot of Japanese food and you're eating a lot of sushi and you're eating a lot of raw fish, chances are you have other beings living in your body. And
Yeah.
you must,
That's true.
go go for being dewormed or eat lots of pumpkin seeds.
Absolutely.
So yeah,
And
that's
it's
the
really
rest.
nice, in fact, for all those people who need nourishment, who are lean and thin, who require warmth in the winter, especially when we categorize these people as Vata people or people who really feel denourished. This is like a very nourishing thing. And also, it's a good appetizer as well because you have added up a lot of culminative stuffs that will help in giving you a rich, appetizing things by uh, giving all these spices blend with the fat combination that you have added up. And I would also recommend for all those people, if you have a lot of heartburn and you have a lot of problems of acidity and burning, then you can just taper down the spices, the chili content, and you can drop that down. You can avoid having black pepper in this. You can take one or half a red pepper or just the pepper water that you have added with this. All these things will help you up and garnish a little bit more with greens that will help you in making it more rich and will be beneficial for you. These things would be very beneficial for all kind of people who have different health problems. I think this is like a medicinal soup for
It could
everyone.
it could be now. I've used pumpkin because we're in autumn here. Um, for for those of you who wish to dare, you could actually toss in half a bowl of pureed spinach instead of the pumpkin. It would be a green goddess laksa.
Mm.
It'll be a green goddess laksa, and somebody who's had laksa before will probably look at it and say, "This is not a laksa." But you would still be getting the iron from the pumpkin in your system. So it's how you wish to what you wish to implement. Like I said, if you add beetroot into this, it's going to become a blushing laksa. If you add spinach into it, it's going to become a green goddess laksa. I like to call this a sunshine laksa because it's got the colors of the sun. So
Mm.
there's so much you can do with this recipe, really. So please, for all of you who are watching, try it. And should you have any questions or anything, do reach out and I'll be more than happy to answer them for you.
Yeah, once again, Simaji, if we can have the whole recipe on the screen and you can just tell,
I'll have to ask
remind us.
Mr. Neil Kumar to share the recipe.
Yes.
So you can go to the healingoverearth.com website, go to the kitchen episode, and when you scroll down, you will see all the ingredients. And we've already discussed that if you feel like putting zucchini, you do that. You want to put baby bok choy, you can put that. Spinach, you can put that. Beetroot, you can put that. Peas, green beans. I mean, you can add literally whatever you like in this too, because the base spice and the sauce is so beautiful that the rest can be healthy ingredient. If you got nut allergy, then avoid. If you got seed allergy, then avoid seeds. And if you got allergy for both nuts and seeds, then you can put maybe tofu or maybe what about putting paneer in this? Because again, that's
You can put paneer in it.
Yes.
If you don't want to be vegan, you can put paneer in it. I'd like to share a lovely story while we're talking. My mom-in-law, uh, she shared a very beautiful story with me in 1997 when I got married and moved to India. She said I used to go to this one auntie's house for lunch sometimes, and she says every time I went, all we got was Loki and Dodi and Loki. She said, and I don't know the English names. Loki, Dodi is Angel Loofah or Tori, right? Tori and Loki is bottle gourd, right?
That's
And
right.
she said, But actually, these two vegetables, Loki and Loki, work beautifully well in this recipe.
Oh yeah.
And
You know,
both are medicinally so healthy. All the
exactly.
food that people don't like, so if it's very bitter, like methi seeds, karela, they are the best for the health.
I would not put
Everything,
Karela into the soup though.
everything you are supposed to not like is the best, and the one that you like chocolates and creams and cakes and everything, are not necessarily healthy. And that's how the food manufacturers have attacked people by creating things and brainwashing them. Not all foods by food manufacturers are bad because they've now started adding ingredients or spices that help. So if it's something very bitter, it's good for body. Eat it. Eat it in a right way and it'll be very good. So it's beautiful.
Absolutely.
So this is what we have made. You can put your own ingredients in there. You can swap them. You can change them. The important thing is to do the broth and the base sauce that is very useful. Once that is done, you can add your extra spices and ingredients. So Anukul, mouth is watering.
Absolutely. I just can't keep it aside there over there right now. I want to hit it straight away.
So Anukul, in the hospital, why
Yeah.
is it the soups are very boring and liquidy? Is it because it's easy to digest? It's consuming just like a maybe tasty water?
In the NHS hospitals, by the way, the they pay a huge amount of money to get the right ingredients because they are particularly assessed and taken out from there and then appropriately cooked. But I'm not convinced that the way of cooking and things are always necessarily great, because I think we as people from our part of the world, we are very much conscious of the type of food that we're going to consume. Over here, many of the things can be just ready stock material or other things which are added to it, which might become slightly different in character. But amongst all the places that I visit, you'll be quite surprised. The food in the cafeteria and in the kitchen in the hospitals are possibly the best and the cheapest as compared to that you get outside. You'll be quite surprised. If I am hungry anytime, I don't go to restaurants very often. I just go to the local hospital cafeteria and order a very nice, pleasant food. You can choose whatever you want, and the staff knows you, and they say, "All right, here you are. There's a good. This you like this today. It's not spicy." The only other thing that I find negative is the people over here in this part of the world consume a lot of spice which we as Indians are not used to. So I get bit surprised at how come you like so much of spicy food, while I myself cannot tolerate that much of spice. But over here, otherwise, the food in the kitchen is pretty good.
And we have also got Amrita, what do you think of soups? Do you think soups are healthy as generally and filling, and or do you get hungry after having a bowl of soup?
Yeah, thank you. I think soups are really healthy, provided what are you adding into it and how you're using it. And they are one of the best and the lightest recipe, I think. And these kind of recipes are nourishing, warm as well as nutritive in the way, because most of the time when people eat, and it all depends upon which culture you are. Talking about Indian culture, it's all about chapatis and rice, which is not at all healthy. And there we have Dr. Anjali. She'll also comment.
So,
Well,
so
and
Amrita,
and
Amrita, you
yeah.
said chapati and rice. Are you saying the white chapati and white rice? Because the brown chapati and brown rice are also healthy and useful to eat.
Well, yeah, that is also a very big question in today's time in comparison to what are you taking and how you are consuming. If you're just living on brown chapatis and brown rice, it's again adding a lot of carbohydrates where you're counting your diet not as per the nutrition, but amount of chapatis and rice you're consuming. In that case, I would say that these kind of soups are so healthy.
So
So
you are
healthy.
talking portion control is important, whether it's brown or white, but cut out whites as much as you can because they are not gut friendly. They are actually sitting like a dough in your body as
Yeah.
opposed to the brown
Seema
one.
ji is with
Tima
brown
is trying
rice.
something.
Red
Yeah.
rice.
Red
Red rice,
rice.
you're so
Red rice.
nice.
This is
White
red. This is actually known as red mutta rice.
matta rice.
The
Right.
Yeah,
rice.
and it's eaten extensively in Kerala, I believe, and
Yes.
it's
Yes,
Right.
apparently
yes, yes. We have a
very.
special kind of rices variety in Ayurveda, which is called as Shashti-shali Dhanya. Among the Dhanya Vargas, there are so many called Rakta-shali Dhanya. This is Rakta-shali Dhanya, which is red color. It's
Which
called
is
as. And
very good for you,
all
I
of
believe,
them,
right?
Does
yes,
it
yes,
apply to
all of
black
them
rice
have their
as
own
well?
territory.
It's very high in
Black
anthocyanins and
rice.
antioxidants, so it's very heart healthy, they say. And
Hmm.
So
it's
the
got a
South
lot of fiber as well. Am I right?
South Indians must be enjoying, and we've got a South. Well, she's not South Indian, but she's in South India. Global namaste to you, Dr. Anjali Agarwal. We are talking about diet. What is your favorite food and diet? And Seema made a lovely soup. She's going to bring it up to the camera. Seema, look at the rainbow color in it, with the base being the curry sauce. It's not curry, it's Indonesian, Malaysian, Singapore combination of it.
Global namaste, everyone. Neilji, how are you? How are you, Amrita? Thank you, Seemaji. What a lovely, yummalicious soup you have made. It's all colorful, yellow, orange, and I think I need it. Thank you, Dr. Amrita. Your medicine is really working for my pain. So I have got an ankle injury. So I'm sitting with a boot, Dr. Anukul. And
Yes.
Sivaji, I'll try your soup. It's really going to help me heal faster.
You must. It's very tasty, I must admit. This is a favorite in our home, actually. We love it.
Wow.
Anything with
And
noodles. We love noodles.
yeah, I think for me, staple, as Dr. Amrita also said, more fruits, more vegetables, less of carbs, which is, I also make sometimes the red rice, and now something called black rice is also coming. So
Yes, black
only
rice is very
black
popular as
rice.
well.
Yeah,
Very
so
popular,
a
and
mix of
it's
all, and I do millets also sometimes, but more of fruits, vegetables, more of those things. Less
in,
of curd and paneer also for my side.
in fact the
Yeah.
Taiwanese have this mixed rice. Actually, it's got red rice, black rice, white rice, and I think it's got some grains mixed into it, and they make it as a staple rice dish. Very, very healthy. And of course, millets, as we know, are taking over by storm.
Is
A
the red
lot.
rice because it's how it looks when it's taken out from the grain, or is it a process that makes it red?
I'm not very sure. I should ask
Because we
Bhumika
have
this.
in Bengal, in our own house, what we do is we take the grain from the field and then we boil it, which is the parboiled rice, and that also looks
Right,
very yellowish. You can eat a
right.
lot because in our village we have got a lot of farmers and they use huge quantities of it. But it's a parboiled rice, and that's meant to be the real nutritious type of rice rather than the usual basmati that we eat, which is devoid of most of the nutrients anyway, once they husk it. So this is one, the husk is there and it is boiled. The parboiled rice is supposed to be very nutritious.
But mind you, basmati, of course, like you said, is husked and everything. That I have to agree with you. You know,
Yeah.
but it does have a low GI.
Oh, is it? Mhm.
It's lower on the glycemic index than
Oh, is
other.
it?
But
Yeah, and
apparently,
fiber is also as well. It has got rich fiber because the bran is there actually. So that adds up.
Oh,
and it's
I
got
see.
prebiotic qualities, right?
Right. I
Hmm.
didn't know about that in
Hmm.
with basmatis. Yeah.
Oh, I've
Yeah,
been
yeah,
I've
because the
been
bran and the
listening.
color with the anthocyanins added, every color has got its own chemicals as well as the pigments. Like anthocyanins are rich with the red color. So these rice qualities with the bran natural quality in them added with that gives them the color, and this color adds up to the fiber content and low glycemic index because of the digestion
Mm,
process is also very slow.
very
Yeah.
So
interesting.
Right.
shortly we'll be going to Hasmita. Hasmita, both your cameras are portrait at the moment. If you could make them landscape, both of them, and only join one with audio so we don't get a feedback. Shortly we'll be coming to you. So just unlock your portrait mode and flip the camera. If it's mobile and in the laptop, you can just choose the landscape. You are portrait at the moment on both your camera, okay? So Anjali, you love soups. Do you make soups in there in Hyderabad?
Yeah, I do a lot of soups like broccoli, almond soup, pumpkin soup, apple and rosemary, like a very different version of soups I do. Apple and cashew soup, and then I do broccoli, and then drumstick and carrot soup. So
Drumstick. Now that's exciting
drumstick,
Oh
because
yeah,
that's
yeah,
classified as a superfood and has got so many values to it.
that's right.
yeah.
Drumstick soup. I think we do drumstick. We put that in the dal. We put that in the
Right.
sambar.
Sambar,
When you make idli sambar as well.
that's some.
And then love it. It's so nice when you actually squeeze everything out when you put it in your mouth and you squeeze all the seeds into it and the taste comes. Drumstick. Do we agree drumstick is a new super rich food?
Rich in calcium, very, very rich in iron, calcium, and it has got something which will help to boost natural collagen. I think Dr. Amrita will know more about it. Right, Dr. Amrita?
Natural collagen. No wonder Amrita's skin is always full of collagen.
Glowing.
Anyway,
It's
maybe she's eating a lot of drumstick. What is drumstick called in Hindi?
sort of
Sajan,
Sejan, Sejan,
Sajan,
Moringa oleifera. Yeah,
In
moringa,
Sejan ki fali. Moringa,
Sajan
the
ki
leaves
phali,
are also
हाँ,
very, very, very rich in collagen and proteins and nutrients. But
very good for
um,
you.
yeah, but then this is what I wanted to say. I think when we tag anything as superfood, I think every food is superfood. How you consume it and what way you consume it, it's very, very essential.
True. Very
And
true.
your gut and your brain has got a very deep connection, which is a unique connection with you yourself only. Nobody will have that as a genetic connection you have.
and
So in that case,
is moringa available in powder form?
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes, very much
yeah.
Mm,
so.
So
Moringa
In
people
powder.
Very
have
India,
got
we
much
have
so.
trees. You
We
can
have trees,
pluck the leaves. We dry the leaves. We powder them. So you can use it in different forms. Even the fresh beans also can be taken. It's available in the markets. You can wash
Yeah.
them properly and then cook them.
and Ayurveda maybe tells us that a powder form is more stronger and faster than
Mm.
in its natural form. Is that right?
It depends. There are so many forms. We ask people to take the extract of it. The leaf extract is much more stronger than the powder form. Because in powder, when you dry the herbs, a lot of its constituents, they get the volatile and the very
Exactly.
temperature volatile constituents, they go away. But then when you prepare an extract, there's a very different process. Hot perfusion extracts or cold water infusion extracts, that also varies. So in different forms, which also depends upon your body, how your body absorbs, assimilates, that's very, very important. So I would recommend people not to just stick by the tag name of superfood that is going to rejuvenate you and turn you into an anti-aging process and you'll become a model in a day. That will never happen, because that is what people are crazy about, and this is how people come to us with all these things and give me something that will make me exactly like what they see in social media. But then it's very important to look the way you yourself are naturally, in that what foods suits you, what lifestyle suits you. All these things make a very big difference because your plate is
Huge
unique.
difference. And
That's
biohacking is a huge new thing, right? Everybody wants to get
Yeah.
into biohacking and anti-aging and everything, but it's a process and it's a slow process and there's no overnight formula, like you said, make me look like so and so on social media.
Yeah.
It's true.
it's important to
It's
get the right connect with the food. That's number one. In Bengali, we call this drumstick as sojna data. We have got in our house.
Surgeon Tata, हाँ.
Sojna data we call it, and we've got it in our house, and it's something very very important, and we use it very often with this kaddu or what you just call it. That along
Pumpkin.
with that we make pumpkin. We use black chana or black gram
Oh.
as we call it. Black
Mm.
Yes.
gram, that one, these along with some other kind of vegetables, we just make it and we call it and some vegetables we call it as khonto. You this just you make various kind of vegetables, just mix it all together and you have it.
now
It is fantastic. I still have I They make it even in the Durga Puja anyway here in UP
Yeah.
also. We make it in our puja's time. We will make it in the last day in particular.
So let's
Shuk.
go
must be
around
very
the
tasty.
let's go around the screen and let's actually name 10 foods or ingredients or method that daily, if people had limited choice, then what is the 10 best habits or foods to eat? I'll start you off. I think warm water daily, first thing when you wake up, or water with slices of cucumber in it, or a pinch of methi seeds and soaked overnight with a couple of black peppers could help you. Happiness, looking into the sun, apple, kiwi, and orange, and broccoli or Brussels sprouts or spinach should be part of your daily consumption, at least, then you should see lots of difference. Over to you, Anjali. Be specific. Only 10 limited foods that one should eat.
I'll go with tulsi water because I have pots of tulsi early in the morning, and I also add little bit of jeera and ajwain. Ajwain is bishop sweet, and raw haldi. Raw some days, not every day I do it. And I also have neem plant, so neem leaf spew. So once in a while, it's not like a daily thing, but I do have soups and I have lobia, rajma, chana, sometimes as a breakfast meal also. And definitely do lot of, cucumbers, apple every day. And if not, at least a pomegranate once in a week or twice in a week, or some days kiwi. Now I've had an ankle injury. Pineapple is my best friend. So pineapple has bromonail. It's really helping me ease off the pain. I don't do medicines. The other day I called Dr. Amrita, please give me something, healthy, wealthy way to reduce my pain. I know my pain management, but you also tell me. So pineapple is best thing I feel. And I do also do little bit of red rice and millets also I do. And Loki, I love Loki a lot. You give me Loki all three times, I can eat it. So it's that, and it's very detoxifying, I feel, the Loki. Just if you've had a lot of food outside, or you've met people and had a grand feast, you have Loki soup, it just detoxes, I feel, at the end of the day. That's the only thing I'd need. Uh, that's about it. Thank you, Dr. Neil.
Well, you mentioned neem, tulsi, and
Ajwain.
Loki.
Ajwain.
Ajwain is available in most of the country because they come in a packs, right? The other things like tulsi and neem is not readily available in every country. And I was trying to get to a point where what is readily available, apples and oranges are readily available. Turmeric is one that you mentioned, and not every day because it's got curcumin, so some people actually do react to it. You've got a knee pain, so immediately you must cut off complete sodium in your diet for a while, okay? Because if it starts retaining water and builds up on the knee, that doesn't help at all. Of course, you have not been inspected, so it's difficult to do. As you see, you need to see. You've seen your doctor Amrita there, so she has had a chat to you. So remove sodium. Being a woman, of course, women should avoid a lot of sodium consumption, but then you can't ignore it. You need to take it in some form as well. Then you will get low blood pressures and things like that. So wonderful. Tulsi, I think, is a very common that people like wanting to put in the water. Anakul, your favorite 10 readily available habits, ingredients, food, or spices that wouldn't cause convenience. You don't have to run out and buy every day. It's already there as a part of your ingredient. Over to you, Anakul.
Yes, at home, what I normally like to have in the morning is what do you call? We use chirata, chirata leaf, and the stems, which we keep overnight, and then have it in the morning. But how
What is
often do
chirata?
uh, it is a plant which has got a stem, and it's very, very bitter. But it's very bitter, and it's very often used in our system. When we studied pharmacology, it has actually been used for as an appetizer, interestingly.
Yeah.
But it's basically anti-diabetic, so called. And
Mm.
I don't, of course, I'm not having diabetes, so I'm not really bothered. But it is a food that was essential in our at essentially at home. My mother and father made sure that we had chirata at least once a week. But I can assure you, I used to be closing my nose and tried every attempt not to take it. But now I take it. That's
Mm.
number one. Number two,
Yes.
soup of any sort. Soup of any sort. Simple dal soup is good enough for me at any time. I'm happy with any soup anytime because it compensates. I don't have to drink normal water. I just take normal soup. That's good enough. Any kind of type of vegetable. Tulsi, yes, fantastic. I like to hear, but tulsi we don't get so very often over here. So I think these are the main thing that I have. But the what do you call the sprouts that you're talking of is something that I really enjoy, and I have it with the typical palm palm
Mhm.
jaggery. That's usually I take it slightly. So I just mix it with a bit of palm jaggery and bit of lemon, and that's what I like most. And that's what I do. But otherwise, they are possibly once in a day, but I never have more than one meal in a day normally. But very rarely do I have twice.
Jaggery as well. Amrita, what are your
Ginger.
favorite readily available foods that you know one doesn't have to struggle to go and find and look and is readily available?
Yeah, so if you talk about the spices in terms of coriander, in terms of cinnamon, in terms of CCFT, which we were talking about, which is coriander, cumin, and fennel tea, or we talk about lemongrass, or we talk about rosemary. These kind of decoctions are always healthy that you can take off and on. Where people get addicted with teas and coffees, I would not deny tea is bad, but limitations of coffee is important. And in that case, you can always substitute them with some healthy drinks that you can add up in the whole day of yours, which will help you giving hydration, which will help you giving a wellness harness and from form of aromas in the form of some herb volatile oils that will keep you away from the cold, cough, flus, fever, and the seasonal changes that comes, as well as certain things like mint everybody has at home. You can sometimes also mix aloe vera gel and have a little bit with some honey. That will also be very beneficial. So these kind of small things and mixing up with some almond milk that you prepare or the coconut milk, as you said, all these things are very beneficial on day-to-day basis that you can take in. People, most of the time I see if people avoid drinking water, and hydration becomes also a big problem because that is the basis. And in that way, these kind of soups, taking herbal decoctions, are one of the very beneficial stuff for every age. If you see children, they avoid drinking water. If you see adults, they are just on tea, coffee, and the old people also hardly take a lot of water. So all these things which will give you a good appetizer, flavor, and also the warmth of wellness, where we get de-addicted from the taste that we have been addicted with Coca-Colas and drinks and all that stuff. So yeah.
So
So
hydrate
Seemaji,
yourself. Amrita is saying, keep yourself hydrated. Sometimes you might think you are hungry, but you are thirsty. And
correct.
therefore, when you think you are hungry and overeat, instead of drinking a glass of water, which is the best juice, the best alcohol, the best drink, the best milkshake in the world is water. And we can't live without water because 60, 70 to 80% of our body, depending on our composition, is made up of water. Seema, quickly, Hasmita is ready now and she's going to show us mutias,
Okay.
your favorite foods.
Berries, raspberries, strawberries, blackberries, blueberries, pomegranates, avocados, chia, flax, um, sesame seeds, CCFT, khichdi, just like you said, going outdoor in sunshine for me, Sudarshan Kriya, a must, non-negotiable every day. Lots of high fiber foods, bajra, jowar, ragi, lots of ragi because it's very high in calcium and I'm over 50. And yeah, and all the Ayurvedic spices and ginger. Lots of ginger to eliminate ama, accumulated toxins that live in our shrotras in our system, along with fresh turmeric and her husband, black pepper. And I leave it at that. And I'm just going to say thank you all very much for today. I'm
Lovely.
looking forward to Hasmita's lovely recipe today.
Say hello to Asmita. Let's say hello to her. Asmita, your the camera that you are facing, the ingredient camera is landscape, which is beautiful. the one that you are facing is still portrait. If you could make it like others, landscape.
I can't change it. I've tried. Let me try it.
It seems like a mob. Yes, perfect. Don't touch it now. You've done it. You were
Okay.
just waiting for Neil Kumar to tell you so you could
To
do
tell
it.
me. So
Global Namaste, Hasmita. Let me just say why Hasmita is doing Muthia. Last Saturday, some of us friends got together, and one friend who doesn't like even discussing Muthia was not told what it was, and he had the whole lot of it. And then we told him it was Muthia you ate, and those Muthias were made by Hasmita. So they were so beautiful. So a global namaste to you, Hasmita, and of course you
Global
become
namaste.
regular in the kitchen episode. How are you?
I'm good. Global Namaste to everybody, and thank you, Neil. And I hope you're all well. It's been wonderful listening to all your thoughts and I suppose inspiration. And Seema, as usual, wonderful dish and very
Thank you.
inspiring. So, as
Thank
Neil has
you.
said, my recipe for today has been inspired by Neil enjoying Gujarati muthias. And the theme for today is vegan and vegetarian. So one of the things I think is good about the muthias is that you can actually, it's quite versatile. You can put various other ingredients that you want. So I'm going to go through and show you the standard basic one. I'll follow the recipe later on. But muthia is a Gujarati recipe which is steamed, we call them dumplings. And the ingredients that we use is what we call is gram flour, which is besan. I'll follow you through. I'll put the ingredients in shortly, and then we call this dudi, which is also a very good vegetable. So and cabbage, shredded cabbage. I'm going to put some methi in, some coriander, some semolina, and you can use bajra for this recipe also. You can use wheat flour, but I actually use cassava flour. Some people can't eat wheat, so this is a good substitute. It's very good in terms of fiber, protein, and also you can add other flours that you choose. So I'm going to start with putting the ludi into the bowl. What I have done is I've shredded the ludi, and what I've done is I've drained the water out of it. And the reason we do that is when we actually steam the muthias, they don't become saturated with water because the ingredients that we use do have water in all of them. So cabbage also. So I've got 2 cups of the ludi. I've got one cup of the cabbage, and I've got methi. I think we've talked about all these ingredients this afternoon. You can add carrots, you can add, some people do put onions in. I'm going to add coriander and ginger, garlic, and chilies. So I'm adding to this.
Can you push the main plate slightly away from you? Yeah, bit more.
There you
Yes,
go.
it's
Is that
more
better?
central now. Yes, brilliant. And so I noticed cassava flour. So for those people who don't know, it's a luxury family of tuber. It's more premium than a potato, but has got more good value. And if you were born in Africa particularly, or sub-African continent, cassava is what we used to eat almost daily.
There you go. Thank you.
Sabudana is also made out of that, by the way.
Your favorite sabudana?
Sabudana, yes.
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 And Seema, I've got my gloves on. There you go, my hygiene. Right, so and then to this I'm going to add some salt. We've covered these ingredients actually, a lot of these herbs and spices that we've covered. Salt, bicarbonate of soda, and I'm going to put citric acid in. You can put lemon juice in, but the reason I haven't put lemon juice in is because there's quite a lot of water in the ingredients already. So the more water you put in, the texture of the muthias will become watery. So I've actually put citric acid. You can actually put lemon in. This is ajwan seeds.
And there, Anjali loves them because they are one of her favorites. She uses in water. The ingredients you are mentioning, Anjali, isn't that right? You like ajwain seeds, yes.
You've mentioned them earlier, didn't you?
Yes, and
Yes.
ajwain, the value of ajwain in its protein value is even bigger than, the superfoods. They were comparing chia seeds with ajwain.
And then I'm going to put some grounded jeera also. So the ajwain, what I've done is I've grinded them slightly, so they're not so coarse. Going to mix this together.
Just one question I want to ask. In place of citric acid, is there any chance we can use imli, that is tamarind?
Yes, you can. I've actually never used it, but yes, you can. You can also use yogurt as well.
Right.
So, and the reason, yes, you can use amli, but yeah, I've used, you can use yogurt, sorry. But if you want to have it as a vegan dish, then you take the dairy out. But
Why did you add ajwain seeds?
because it's
Easy to
flavor,
digest.
the flavor, the digestion. I think ajwain is very good when you also when you have
So I'm looking at the Indian mindset here. It's a new series, and it's comparing chia seeds, which is classified as a superfood. Then he's laughing and says ajwain seeds are really superfood because they are 0% fat, wherein chia are 30 grams per 100 gram. And then it comes to protein, and it's better than chia because chia is 16 grams as opposed to 23. Then it comes to fiber, again, it's 47 grams on ajwain. And it comes to iron, it's 16 micrograms. So
oh wow.
ajwain seed beats chia
Amazing.
seeds quite well.
But more than anything, it's also very anti-inflammatory. It's got lots of other positive events.
Absolutely.
It's good for digestion, and I think that's one of the things that
Very good during the winter months for cough and cold also. Sinuses gets cleared off.
What is ajwain in Hindi?
Ajwain only.
Ajwain, yes.
Acha, so that is
Ajwain.
Hindi name. Then in English, what is his name?
Bishop's wheat. Bishop's wheat, they call it.
So there you are, those who are listening and they are not of an Indian origin. We do translate for you because you are from different countries connected to us. I can already see Muthia coming along over here, Smita.
Can you see the texture? And now I'm going
Yes,
to add.
yes.
Now I'm going to add the besan.
So what
Now,
is
how
custard
healthy is this
flavor?
dish,
Hmm?
Smita? How healthy is it?
It's very healthy because you've got the got the vegetables, you've got the healthy ingredients, and not having the fat content, and you're steaming them. I'm actually going to put, this is a tablespoon of oil, so you can use sunflower oil. So again, you can use the healthy oils.
Is sunflower oil healthy?
Sunflower oil is healthy and it's good for the heart, isn't it? So I use sunflower oil.
Would you use hing in that?
Hing.
Hing, I don't actually put hing in this, but when I'm going to show you how we can temper the mutias once they're steamed, and in that I will put the hing.
Okay,
And
so
because I put bicarbonate of soda in here, that's why I do not put the hing in.
I can see.
So as you can see, the texture is now binding together.
So it's turning into a meal now, sort of, when
Yes.
it is there. There is no liquid, it's fairly dry.
Yes. And I'm going to put you will have to be a bit flexible with adding the flour, because depending on the water content in the vegetables that you put in will really measure how much flour you need to put in. If you put too much flour in, then it'll be too hard. You don't want it watery. So this is now coming together.
So I find steamed motia are exotic version of steamed idli, which is a different ingredient. but one has got different crunch to the other. One is completely rice-based or besan-based, and this is different, isn't it?
Yes. So idli is, yes, absolutely rice-based, and this is besan-based.
Anjali, do you make muthias or any form like this, or do you call it different, or do you still call it
No, no. Muthias only, and I do make it with bottle gourd and little bit of methi, and I put sesame seeds as seasoning on the top, like
Yes.
white sesame seeds and little flax seeds also added, a little bit.
And that
So
was
I-
one way of getting children eating the seeds, wasn't it? Longer back,
Yeah.
our parents used to feed us somehow with. So, how did you learn? Did you have Gujarati friends who taught you muthia, or where did you pick it from?
Yeah, a lot of Gujarati from like aunties used to get these for me in London. So
Ah,
I got used to eating it and
London
then I started making
influence.
it.
Yes, because London was full of East Africans. Yeah. Seema, you like muthias as well, don't you, Seema?
I do actually, and I'm watching Hasmita's wonderful recipe, and I'm remembering my mum's very close friend today. She used to make mutia with leftover rice also.
Exactly.
yes, you
Oh,
can
Nothing
put
is.
leftover rice in. Absolutely,
Yes.
yes.
Bhat mutia, bhat mutia.
Yes.
Almond.
Yes.
And then she would actually pan fry it and with a vagar, tempering of
Bagar,
sesame
yeah,
seeds
temper.
and curry leaves and everything. Absolutely delicious. We used to love it.
I can
So when
see.
we grew up, I grew up eating that kind. I mean, I grew up eating this kind of food my whole life. So, so yeah.
So now it's ready.
Yes.
So I'm going to now, on the side here, I've got a pan, if you can see here, which has got water and a tray, and I've actually put water in the bottom, and you start warming it up before you actually put the mutia in for steaming. My place is a bit chaotic because I'm having some building work done, so excuse me, it's a building site at the moment.
And Seema
Limited
is
in
happy.
space.
Seema is happy you are using gloves as well.
Yes, that's what I said, I'm using gloves. So basically what I've done is that a little bit of oil, and I've made them into kind
Balls.
of oval
Dumpling
balls.
size.
And then I'm going to put them in the steamer. And use a little bit of oil. Use as much as of oil you think you need,
Yes.
but not too much, obviously.
And why is the oil used so it gently simmers and cooks, or it just doesn't stick
It
in?
doesn't stick. So in the pan,
Okay.
you put some oil at the bottom,
Yes.
so that it doesn't stick. So this part of it is just so that it doesn't stick, and they're easy to roll.
Did you put some methi leaves?
Yes.
We can see.
I did the methi, I did coriander, cabbage, and dudi.
With Goswami's modification of muthia, I wondered if you put some breadcrumbs over it. Is it possible so that it doesn't stick?
Breadcrumbs.
Yes,
It's a
breadcrumbs.
good idea.
Try it next time. So you
that
Make
can
it
will
crunchy
actually,
as
you
well.
know, you can actually steam and fry them. Actually, some people will not steam them, but you can
You
fry
cannot
them.
steam them, of course. Yeah, that's
Yeah, fried are a bit more exotic to it, but then you are consuming oil in it. But nowadays you can steam. You can use that air fryer. And can
yes.
you imagine? So now
Yes.
we might turn it into Goswami muthias.
So
Yeah.
now here's one I
There.
made earlier.
Yep.
Wow.
There you are.
Oh,
Oh,
So
yum.
this is how, once you steam them for 25 minutes, 25 minutes, this is how they will appear. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut them into slices. I made a little round one because this is just to show you that you can actually make them round. You don't have to do them in a specific shape. It's your choice.
You
Seema,
know,
does this remind you of Africa?
absolutely. I'm remembering my late aunt now. You know, I told her she'd make bath mutia, but she would also make these kinds of mutias. And she would just take a little bit of oil and add in some mustard seeds and asafoetida and curry leaves and freshly ground tomatoes, dana jeera powder, haldi, red chili powder. Just make a vagar and add in all kinds of vegetables like tori and she'd soak her cashew nuts and put them in, and she would add the mutia and make it a whole mixed vegetable.
Look at the
It's
color.
interesting you talk about tomatoes. So if you can see the texture,
Yeah, bring it to the camera. Asmita, bring it right next to the camera.
With the
Go
tomatoes, it
towards
gets
right.
really
Yeah.
soft,
Look at it. Look at
oh,
it. And this is
beautiful.
Wow.
it's lovely.
Anakul is wondering that can
Content.
I get the
I'm
movie?
just
And
wondering, how does it puff up so much? How is that?
so
How
I
does
think
it get
because
aerated like that?
so
Baking soda.
the
It's got
bicarbonate
bicarbonate of
Yes,
soda.
yes,
the
that's right.
bicarbonate,
That's right.
but also with the dudi and the cabbage, it does soften it, and the texture does aerate, so it's quite good. It
I
fluffs
would
up.
put some tamarind sauce over it and just have it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, actually, if you want the healthy version of it, what you could do is just put it in a bowl, put some olive oil, put whatever you want, chutneys. I do have some chutney here, so you can have it just with chutney and some oil. Oops, I've just took it. Or I'm going to show you how you can temper it as well.
Even without anything, it's so delicious because in itself has got intrinsic taste in it.
Yes. So it's very tasty to have. And the healthy part of it is you don't have to temper it. You can have it with a little bit of olive oil, and as you said, with some tamarind, with some chutneys, whatever you feel comfortable with. You mentioned earlier about the sesame seeds and the hing. So I'm going to show you how we can actually temper them. And so I'll just show you in 2 minutes how you do that. So
I make mutia similar to yours, but I've never put cabbage in it. This is wonderful.
You can put any ingredient that can be
Ingredient.
sliced into or grated into. And this was a healthy, another way of our mothers feeding us dudi, particularly for that. And it wasn't just so no leftover rice is ever destroyed in Africa. It's either made into a spicy rice or mutias. And those our parents and our grandparents were so clever. They never wasted any bit of food.
Absolutely.
no,
Yeah.
there was always something you could do with it.
It's amazing. I mean, we need to learn from them.
The
Another thing
rice
that I would
pulled
use is possibly what do you call capsicum? Not capsicum, sorry. Palak saag. I've just wondered if palak saag can be used.
Yes,
Because
so
I'm a big lover of palak saag.
you
And
can use palak. If you notice, I haven't put a lot of the methi in because methi can sometimes be bitter.
bitter, yeah.
So spinach is the palak is a good option also. Some people put carrots in. You can put whatever you want in actually.
Beetroot.
Actually, you can put beetroot in. Yes, you can put any vegetable. It's a very versatile kind of recipe. You can put whatever you want. Even the flours that you use, you can actually mix and match. You can use bajra, you can use wheat. I've used cassava. So whatever flour that you can experiment actually also. So that's one of the good things about this.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you've used only cassava flour here?
No, I've used cassava, I've used semolina, and I've used besan, gram flour. So I've used three.
Yummy.
Yes.
Very
And
yummy.
Seema, this was so yummy that last weekend she had made a starters for a whole party, but we had enough food. Then on a Saturday we discovered this. So us men got together and we just coughed it all up.
It looks really yum.
So I'm just going to show you what I'm going to do is I've warmed some, well, I've heated the oil up. So I'm going to put some mustard seeds in. And sesame seeds.
Oh, yummy, yummy.
And then some curry leaves.
Curry leaves, sesame seeds, these are all healthy. So for those who are Gujarati, this is the vagar she is making.
And this is fresh coconut.
And for those who are in Hindi understanding, this is tadka she is making just for it. And Anakol, she is now, this is where the hing and things can come, and she's making it so exciting.
This is where the hing, yes, this is where the actual mix.
What's that white thing that you put? What's that white thing?
Coconuts.
Coconut, right? Yes.
Yes, I put coconut in.
Yeah. The grated coconuts, or they are the moist coconuts?
Fresh
Coconuts.
shredded coconut, yes.
If you are from Kerala, then you don't want to argue. You don't say, hello, you missed out my coconut.
And then you mix. Yeah. And what I normally do is allow them to just soak into the mutias for a couple of minutes. And I'm just going to put them back on the stove with the lid on. And then I'll just get a bowl.
So you can see they become like fairly solid, easy to slice. And this is also easy gut friendly when it's consumed. There you are, look, they're already sprinkled up with there. So rather than frying, this is a tadka added without frying.
Yes.
And
there you go.
Yes, there you bring it more right. More
Like
right.
a one pot
Yes.
meal.
Perfect.
There you go.
Look at that.
There's
Very
only
yummy.
this small distance between that plate and my mouth. That's what I'm
Yeah.
It's ready.
Very small
There you
distance.
go. And it's very quick. It doesn't take long actually. So steaming is 20 minutes, and to mix it, it's very quick. So if you have Neil coming around the corner and he's giving you 10 minutes notice, then you know what to prepare.
You can make it
There you
faster.
go. Neil for you today.
Yep.
And everybody else, please do come and join. And I've got coriander chutney to go
Well,
with it. I
Anjali,
don't
you're
have the
not
tamarind.
Anjali, you're not very far. Assuming you were working at the Northwick Park Hospital, then you would have been
Oh,
near us, wouldn't you?
yeah.
There you go. Come along.
But she's in India, in Hyderabad. But
India.
she studied, part of her study took place here in Northwick Park. And Seema, after your soup, can you imagine having this? I mean, the meal goes hand in hand.
I'm in food coma right now, just looking
I
at all.
know.
And it's healthy, actually,
And
isn't
I
it?
love
Yeah.
it.
And we
You know,
can
so
carry it in the box also, right? Easy to carry.
It is
yes.
easy to carry, and you can eat them cold also, so you don't need to heat them up. You can make them and then take them for a picnic, take them traveling, and because they don't have any dairy in it, so you can store it as well, so it will last for a good few days.
You can store it even if you leave it
Yep.
at room temperature, even for 2, 3, 4 days, they're fine. They can be eaten cold, they can be heated up or warmed up in a microwave, and easy consumption as well. And you can put every healthy vegetables that will be okay and conducive for this.
Yes.
I think it's
Also, sorry, Neil.
yeah, carry on.
All I was going to say is if you do put them in the fridge or you put them in the cold storage, if you just sprinkle some water on them and then steam them, or if you've got an air fryer or microwave, then they come out just as fresh as when you made them.
Yeah, as if they're freshly cooked.
Yeah,
Now,
absolutely.
Anukul's mouth is watering. So,
I know.
Anukul, you Kolkatians, do you ever make these kind of things?
I'm not very sure because I think they must be having it, but I'm certainly it is because there must be there are lots of Gujarati shops over there. I'm quite sure we can have lots of them there.
So, if
We'll
you see
send some over for you.
Anukul, if you see any Gujarati friend of yours, let's just say, I'm coming to dinner, but I want muthias, okay?
Absolutely. And yes, and not only that, my early childhood was in Gujarat, in Jamnagar. So
Yeah.
I'm sure I must have had it, but I was too small possibly to realize what was what.
All over Gujarat, muthia is very favorite. All over East Africa, Mauritius, South Africa, muthia, because they've got Gujarati settlement. And no wonder Anjali loves them, because when she was here in London, she was surrounded by Gujaratis.
And it's
And
also
Seema,
very healthy. It's a very healthy option. We mentioned ajman, we've mentioned all the ajwan seeds and everything. We put
yes,
jeera in, and all the ingredients are healthy. Ginger's in it. You can opt out of putting garlic in, and if it's for kids, then you can make them without putting the chilies in. Equally, they're very flavoursome, so you can actually be very flexible depending on how chili you want it, or not chili, or no garlic. Some people also put onions in, so you can put onions in also. Onions also make the texture softer.
So
I'm just trying
Anupul,
to,
when
I'm
you
just
are
trying to play with the flavors myself, and I'm just wondering, in the same thing that where you have put the initial bits of curry leaf and things like that, whether you would put some ginger in it, small piece of diced ginger,
Yes, you
to
can.
give it a
Shredded
different
ginger. You
flavor,
can actually yes, you can put ginger in.
and
You can
even
also use
lemon.
whole chilies.
Yeah,
I haven't put the chilies in but you can put whole red chilies. Yeah, it can be adventurous. I think the next time I think we'll try your adventurous recipe. You can tell us all the things that you want to add to it.
so
I
You
Hasmita,
can you can
when Anupul comes for a meeting in London,
yeah,
Anupul,
certainly,
this will be
certainly,
made. This will be made at our teams where we
absolutely,
meet up as a gang, and you can have also imli chutney as well to dip it into it. You may not need it, and we can try different recipes
absolutely.
there. So there you are, Gujarati mutia that is
Gujaratis.
healthy. Without frying, we put tarka on it, which is very good. And so,
It's
Seema, what
vegan,
do you
it's
think?
vegetarian, it's yeah.
Not only that, I think I was also trying to sort of establish my own flavors, and I was wondering if we could put Seemaji's what do you call kaddu in it again. I mean, that might also add up to it.
Yeah.
Actually, you
When you're
could.
making that paste, yes, it's a.
You could.
So what I would do with the kaddu, with the pumpkin, is I would not cook it. I
Right.
would grate it and put it into the
Yes.
flour,
Yes. Yes.
and because it would break the mutia because it would get too soft.
Mhm.
Another thing I want to ask Hasmita is, you know how we have rasbara dokla?
But we have yes.
Rasbara dokla, you know?
So the Rasvara Mutia is a famous dish in East
Rasbara
Africa.
mutia.
Dokra or
Oh,
Yeah,
mutia. Yes. Okay, fine. Yes,
yeah.
yes, yes. Yes.
So what Hasmita
So
did
yummy.
as a bigger lump of rolls, this would be very small one, okay, equivalent to like a standard size of a turmeric stick, and then they would have a lot of sauce in it. And again, that is like a soupy sauce. So your sauce that you made Seema earlier with
Could
this
be added to
mutias,
this.
wow, would be beautiful.
Actually, the laksa sauce would go
Yes.
very well because
Yes.
it would
You
be a
could
great
add.
fusion flavor, you know?
Mm.
And because you haven't put so much methi in your mutia,
Mutias, yes.
so it wouldn't overpower the dish because the methi would alternate the flavor slightly.
Yes.
But I think that would go really well. I remember my aunt used to make this shark
Mm.
vegetable with the, you know, the mustard, with the jeera, with the hing and the curry patta and the fresh tomatoes, dhana jeera, hardar, little bit
Mm.
of jaggery, the typical Gujarati bagar.
Gujarati. Mm.
She would add in soaked cashews, she would add in mutia, she would add in
Oh,
green bean
yes.
and
Lovely.
everything. And it would be so yummy with, you know, hot,
Tasty.
hot ghee rotis.
Oh, yes.
Oh, it was divine.
Making our mouth water now. The other thing which I didn't put in here is sugar. Some people do put sugar in. You mentioned gajri earlier, and I said I don't put
Jaggery,
sugar in.
gor,
So
gor,
it's a choice then, gourd, yeah.
yeah.
I don't put in, but again, it's choice. You can add and take out whatever ingredients that you feel. And that's why it's quite flexible. It's quite versatile because you can actually do whatever you want it. You can put peppers in, you can put palak in, you can put yeah.
One
Putting
thing that I
palak.
use, it's a secret that I always use, and I don't use any of the sodas. I actually use Eno salt.
Yeah,
Eno.
yeah.
And
Yes.
I find it
Yeah.
very both. It's the right quantity of Eno salt that I use, and you'll be quite surprised. I make all my artificial even dosas out of that.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah.
But it
Yes, you
works.
can. You can use. Yes.
Yes,
And you also find that some flowers, depending on where you are in the world, the texture is slightly different. So depending on whether you need to put soda in, whether you need to put something else in. So I think that's individual environment choice.
True.
And you talk about salt. I mean, literally, Anukul, in our lifetime, Seema, even you from Africa, salt was so fun. You put it in a glass, you put in a water, then you see it physic and effervescent. And some of us used to just wanting it simply to see that happening. Of course, it was good, gut-friendly
We would
drink.
drink it. We would drink it thinking it was a soda, and then we'd have an upset stomach after that, and probably get one nice tuppy from our mummies because we did it behind their back. And we used to get an orange flavor, I still remember. We used to love that, and we used to put it in water, and we used to think it was Fanta, and we used to drink it, and lo and behold, we used to have an upset stomach after that, and get one nice, good, tight one across our face. Who told you to go into the kitchen cupboard and take it out, you silly girl, kind of thing? We
Salt
used to
was
get that.
part of medicine. Anukul, it
Yes.
was there
Yeah.
in India during your childhood?
Yes, yes,
Yes,
very much.
yes,
And
yes.
it
You
is
know, it's
very
very
widely approved.
Indian.
And I still have it in my kitchen.
We'll ask
Yeah.
Rotarian Lal
I
shortly
still,
when we go
yeah.
and talk to him whether he remembers salt. So we're going to welcome a Rotarian and then chit chat with him a bit later. A global namaste to you, Rotarian Lal Goyal. How are you?
Global namaste to you all, and Neil Kumarji, global namaste. I am well today, although not that well because today was a very hectic day. Uh,
Yes.
but
And
I had to come and attend your meeting. That is my commitment, so I have to be there.
And earlier, Seema had prepared a lovely soup, noodle soup, which was Indo-Malaysian, Singaporean, that people enjoyed. Seema, is that bowl, you've scoffed it or is there?
Should be given to.
Yeah, she's definitely given to somebody.
Yeah, yeah. The helpers had some of it, but I've sent you the photographs.
It's beautiful. So, Hasmita, pick your, yeah, we can see it very clearly. So, Rotarian, this is Gujarati muthia.
Mhm.
It's made up of all healthy ingredients. In Mathura or anywhere, did you ever used to make muthias?
No,
Never.
no. We have a jalebi kachori, rasgullas,
So
gulab
no
Sweet.
jamun,
connection to jalebi, kachori, or rasgulla.
gulab jamun, Raj Bhog.
Yes.
We have pedas. We have khurchan. Mathura is famous for that.
In the pedas of Mathura and the jalebi and rasgulla, you can't match them. They were so good, except for the Bengali people, except for the Kolkatians.
Exactly.
I think Mathura, you can't compare with the kachori as well. Their even kachori shape was a bit different, Mathura's.
And the best part is that every day people have the breakfast of jalebi kachori every day, 365
Oh
days.
God.
And they never had any health issues, did they?
Lots of health issue, but they do not want to leave it. They, that is
Yes. Mind over matter.
Mathura has a chart as well, am I right?
yes, you are right. Mathura is
It's
having
made
very good
with
chart.
dal.
Yes,
It's
chart.
made
You are
with dal.
yes. So please visit Mathura. Whosoever wants to visit, all of you, I am giving a open invitation. Please do come. I have a home there, so you can be my guest, and then you can enjoy real Mathura because Mathura is nowadays otherwise very difficult to go for darshan there. It's too crowded because of religion tourism, which has now developed in India in a very big scale. So every day it's lakhs and lakhs of tourists are there. So please visit and we will organize everything for you people.
And Rotarian has got almost every state, he has got a friend in a right position. And he has also got a resort over there. At some point, we should have a. Anukul, you are going to meet him anyway this time when you go to India.
Yes, I will.
And I think Sudhir was introduced by you, wasn't it, Rotarian Lal Gohil, to Healing Our Earth?
Sudhir Sharan, yes, I have.
Yes. And
Yeah, I
he's
introduced.
he's regular. He's almost in every episode now, and he's in talk with Anukul and Amrita. So they
Yeah.
are going to connect you shortly within a couple of months with the curriculum and everything. So Anukul, say hello to Rotarian because he's the one you are going to meet up there.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I was just wondering that if he is not feeling well, he should have been having Seemaji's soup.
Soup.
she would have
No,
he
no,
would have
he's
really
always
recovered.
feeling well. There is never, he is
and
not.
and I must
Dr.
caution.
Anupul, where you are coming to Mumbai any chance or going towards north?
Uh, I'll plan to go towards northeast. I mean to Kolkata first. Then I would
Okay.
plan to go to Banaras and maybe I'll come down to Mathura. But I'll be
Please,
also going to Delhi and all.
no, whenever you are coming, just let me know. We will organize
Sure.
everything for you.
So
And you are
But
coming
Rotarian
again,
alone, alone or with your better half?
yeah, absolutely. And I will be particularly. You have to give caution all the people over there who make jalebis because I'll finish all of them. I can
No, no
guarantee.
issues.
Mathura has got enough jalebis.
Yes,
Every,
yes, yes.
Wow.
Don't worry.
every area has got enough jalebis there. So Anukul, Rotarian Lal Goyal is the founder and a charter lead for the organ donation
I know.
for Rotary. But apart from that, he is also very much completely into organ donation. So shortly, he is going to discuss about diet or a food which is organ friendly. And Rotarian Lal Goyal, Anukul is a very senior, basically retired from practicing surgeries, but orthopedic surgeon here in United Kingdom. He still now advises compliance and legal requirements, but is very staunch follower of the Indian Sanatan way of life and Indian knowledge system for what he's going to talk. And Anukul, Rotarian Lal Goyal is also some of his friends. They still practice even the mantras and pravachans and Ramayan and Gita following and everything. So that's why Sudhir and I were very insisting that you meet up as well because in person. And he comes to London as well. So again, that's good for us. So it's nice that both of you are over here. So Rotarian, let's
Mathura is particularly
start.
important for me because, sorry, I just need to.
Yeah.
Mathura is particularly important for me because, again, it is what do you call? We are from Jiva Goswami's clan, our family, and it's one place where I'd been in contact with the chief Swami from there who came over here asking what we should be following in our systems. Although Puri is our main place of activities, but Mathura is another place where Krishna consciousness has really emerged from. We're a big follower of that.
Because Mathura,
Yes,
Krishna born in Mathura
exactly,
only. Because,
exactly.
yeah.
So it will be a beautiful connection. And Rotarian is not just very versatile about Mathura, Vrindavan, Mumbai, Delhi. You go any part because he goes and gives as a visiting faculty. He particularly takes care of anything to do with organ donation in society, organ donations with the gender bias, organ donation compliance. Compliance is the bit that Anukul, you two will love talking. You
Yes.
may be able to share some British style of how you plan and things which will help Rotarian there. It's one of the aspect that he's planning. He had a couple of nice lawyer friend in Ahmedabad who was helping him as well for that. So it'll be beautiful. And today on the kitchen episode, he wanted to talk organ friendly diet and food. Amrita, so you and Dr. and Rotarian Lal Goyal can talk about food, and Anjali, you and Anukul can participate. Over to you, Rotarian.
Global Namaste.
Global namaste to you, Amrita. Yes. Thank you very much, Neil Kumar, and as well as Amrita and the entire team of Healing Our Earth to again give me the opportunity to talk about vegetarian diet for healthy organs. But first of all, I would like to say that I'm not a doctor, neither a dietitian nor a chef. So that I would like to just say, but because of my experience dealing for the organ donation for so many years, as well as I myself is a vegetarian, so I would like to put something which I personally feels and what are the things which are going on through the research work or through my experience and whatnot. But one more thing I would like to say in the beginning that there are so many types of diets, whether it's a vegetarian, non-vegetarian, Jain food, or Chinese, or Mediterraneans, or vegan. So it all depends on who want to eat what they want to eat. So I'm not at strictly follow something. I will not say that no, you should eat only vegetarian, or you should be a vegan, or you should be a mediterranean, whatnot. Because I feel that food is a personal choice. But yes, if you are whatsoever you are eating, you must know what you are eating and whether it is beneficial for your body or not. So when we are talking about vegetarian food, there are so many things, but first we have to understand what is a vegetarian diet. A vegetarian diet is one that excludes meat, poultry, and fish, but includes plant-based foods such as fruits, vegetables, grain, legumes, nuts, seeds, etc. And also the dairy, not the eggs, because many places, even when I travel internationally, if I will write Hindu veg or Indian veg, then only they will provide me. If it is a Asian veg, then they provide me egg, and sometimes even the fish they consider as a vegetarian diet. But the pure vegetarian diet, which is very common in India, is basically it does not include eggs or even the fish. Now, whether the vegetarian diet is beneficial for our organs and how it is beneficial. So first I will like to go for the heart, because heart is my very favorite thing, because I suffered a heart attack in 2016 in London only. And because at that time, although I was a vegetarian, but I was eating everything. And as we were discussing before this about the jalebi, kachori, rasgulla and whatnot. So I used to eat, and being a Mathurite, typical Mathurite, I used to eat lots of things. And because Mathura is having a special dish called Malai ka Ghevar, which they are preparing during the Sawan month. The specialty of Mathura sweets are that they always do it as per the weather or as per the things which are changing. Like in Sawan, they prepare Ghevar, Feni, and in Kanagat, they prepare Imarti. So they change the thing. So before I had a heart attack, I consumed about 1.5 kg of Malaika Ghevar in one day. And next day I have to go to London. I flew, and I have forgotten that I have consumed so much. And anyway, but that might not be one of the reasons. So many other reasons. But yes, I had a heart attack, which was a 100%. My LDL was blocked. My the main artery which takes the blood to the heart was blocked, and that heart attack of that artery is called widowmaker. Only 12% of the people in the world, as per the data available, survived. So I was one of the survival in 2016 in that. And at that time, say, lying on the bed of King's Hospital, I decided to do something for the society. And that's why my passion for organ donation started from that day. Now, so that's why now I would like to talk about heart health, how the vegetarian diet can help. See, a vegetarian diet is a typically low in saturated fat and cholesterol and high in fiber and antioxidants, all of which help lower blood pressure and reduce the risk of heart disease. These nutrients help lower LDL cholesterol, reduce blood pressure, and decrease inflammation in arterial walls. A study shows vegetarians have a 25 to 30% lower risk of heart disease compared to meat eaters. Now, I cannot vouch it, but as per the data is available on Google or AI, etc., this is the data. But yes, recently one miracle has come, a miracle drug has come, that injection called Munjaro, which people are buying like anything. Even I am using that. And they are also saying they are giving a data of about 50 to 55% lower risk of heart attack. And it's in the October month only, they topped in India the highest sale of a particular medicine for 100 crores they have made. The next was Augmentin, which is about 85 crores. So, so many researches are coming. So, yes, definitely the vegetarian diet, as per the research, is good. But if I will talk to a doctor in UK, they will say, we won't mind if you are taking a non-veg diet or any diet, but it should not have a saturated fat. So they prescribe even the fish, boiled fish, etc., or boiled chicken, because this contains lots of protein. Now, again, coming to about the brain health, because everything is controlled by our brain. Omega-3 fatty acids from flax seeds, chia seeds, and walnuts, along with B vitamins from fortified foods, legumes, and whole grains are crucial. Antioxidants from berries, dark chocolates, and colorful vegetables protect brain cells from oxidative damage. DHA supplements from algae can also support cognitive function. So this is as far as the vegetarian diet is concerned. But again, I read somewhere that chia seeds is not good for a patient who already suffered with a heart attack. I cannot vouch for it, but it is there in the AI or the Google. So again, I am saying whatsoever I am talking, please consult your doctor and your dietitian before following anything, because I'm not a doctor and not a dietitian or nor a fat, nor a chef. Now, how does a vegetarian diet impact cholesterol? As I told you, plant-based diets are known to lower LDL, the bad cholesterol, and total cholesterol level due to reduced animal fat intake and increased soluble fiber from foods like oats and beans. So, and that is one of the main factor of a heart attack, where the cholesterol level goes up and the artery start having deposits, and then the heart attack can come. So that is one of the feature of the vegetarian diet. Now, when we talk about lungs, now again, how does a plant-based diet protect the lungs? Now, plant-based diets high in antioxidants, particularly vitamin C and E, beta carotene, and flavonoids, protect lung tissues from oxidative damage and inflammation. Foods like berries, citrus fruits, tomatoes, and leafy greens have been associated with better lung function and reduced risk of respiratory disease. So this is one of the reasons that the lungs can be protected, because we require such type of diets for the healthy lungs. Now, when we talk about liver, now vegetarian diets rich in cruciferous vegetables, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, cabbage, garlic, beets, and leafy greens support liver detoxification pathways. These foods contain compounds that enhance the liver ability to process and eliminate toxins, while their high fiber content aids in toxin removal through the digestive system. Now, here again, I will say, because nowadays WhatsApp universities, as you all know, is very active. And there are coming that please drink in the morning, take these things. Please put 1 spoon of turmeric every day in the water and take it empty stomach. But one of the doctor is a liver specialist. He was in one of my meeting of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, and he said anything which can affect the liver, and he mentioned about turmeric also, because earlier when we were young, about say 60 years back or 65 years back, in our childhood, we used to have the turmeric in vegetables, in dals, pulses, etc. But now the WhatsApp University says, please drink turmeric every day. I'm not a Ayurveda specialist or anything which promote the about the turmeric use. So one has to be very, very careful. Again, I am cautioning, whether you follow allopathy, whether you follow Ayurveda or homeopathy or Unani, please consult your doctor and dietitian and take it. Like I will give you an example with my media conference with Lal Goel, which I was doing during the pandemic, every day for 1.5 hours, live telecast. So every day I used to have different guests. And one of the very leading doctor, he said that the zinc is the right thing to take, and the COVID will not come. And that thing become a viral of my, that clipping of my media conference, and I can say few million people saw this, and in different languages they have shown and whatnot. And but then I was so excited that something has become viral, because, but then I told my brother, who is a doctor in Mumbai, can you just see whether the zinc can is playing a very important role to avoid COVID? Because if yes, then it is a game changer. At that time, the COVID was in peak, and they did the test trials, the leading hospital, and then they publish the paper in Lancet journal, and they said there is no role of zinc. So my point is, whatsoever we say, until unless it is not done, it's no proper research has been done. Please don't follow the things which your doctor, to whom you have faith, or your dietitian says. Now, when we talk about the say that how can vegetarians maintain healthy muscles and organ functions without meat? Because everybody knows that muscles require proteins, and adequate proteins comes basically from the animals, whether it's a fish or chicken or whatnot, but or the egg. But by consuming adequate proteins from plant sources such as lentils, beans, tofu, tempeh, quinoa, nuts, and seeds, one can have proteins. But again, I will put a rider here. I know the for patients who are suffering from thyroid, they are advised not to take tofu. So something is good for somebody, but it cannot be good for everybody. So one has to be very cautious. But yes, as a vegetarian, and I have no thyroid thing, so I was taking tofu for last many years, and I'm very happy with that. And I'm taking nuts regularly now after the heart attack, and I feel myself quite comfortable. And whatsoever the intake of protein, because yes, the protein intake is required. A good number of protein intake is required for a healthy body. So what I am doing is I have to add some protein smoothie, which I am taking every day, which can it's a soya protein smoothie, which gives about 27.5 grams of protein, and the rest I am taking the curd. I cannot take now the milk. Earlier, I used to consume about half liter of milk every day, but because of lactose intolerance, which has been developed recently, about a year or so, now I am off that. So I'm trying to have the paneer made of at home, which with a slim milk and with the slim curd. And then I take the paneer either with the paneer pulao or with the paneer paratha without oil or without ghee. And I am maintaining my weight and maintaining my protein intake also. So this is a very important thing one has to understand. And then their question comes, what role does fiber play in organ health? Because we know that the fiber is something which is a very integral part of a vegetarian diet. So fiber supports gut health, regulates blood sugar, lowers cholesterol, and help detoxity it detoxify the body, benefits the heart, liver, and digestive organs. So organs like heart and liver, and once your gut's health is good, it also give a relief to all other organs, because that is very important, and everybody knows the fiber plays a very important role. Now again a question comes, can a vegetarian diet prevent kidney disease? Yes, study shows that plant-based diets may reduce the risk of kidney diseases by lowering blood pressure and improving blood sugar control. Leafy greens, berries, apples, cauliflower, and whole grains support kidney function. These foods are lower in phosphorus and potassium when needed for kidney disease, while providing antioxidants that reduce oxidative stress. However, those with kidney disease should monitor potassium intake and consult healthcare provider, doctor, about specific dietary needs. So again, I'm giving this caveat that please consult your doctor. But yes, if you are following a vegetarian diet, there are lots of things in vegetarian. Now, millet, because as Mr. Neil Kumar mentioned that I have a resort in Mangalore, there there's a belt which is having very millet growing area. And millet is very good, like quinoa is good. Similarly, the millet is very good. So we can have all those things in vegetarian diets, which we can have. Now, vitamins. Now, the question about the vitamins, because vitamins are essential for organ repairs and maintenance in vegetarians, whether it is there or not. So, vitamin A, C, E, and B complex, especially B12, help repair tissues, support immune function, and maintain energy, metabolism for organ health, which are available. Plenty of them are available in a vegetarian diet, we all know. Now, how does a vegetarian diet affect the digestive system? Because it improves digestion due to high fiber intake, which promotes regular bowel movements and supports healthy gut bacteria. And once our gut system is good, digestion is good, all our organs functions very well. What are good vegetarian sources of iron for healthy blood and organs? Now we all know spinach, lentils, chickpeas, tofu, quinoa, pumpkin seeds are excellent sources. Pair them with vitamin C rich food to enhance absorption. We can also have beetroots. Here also one thing which I would like to mention that nowadays in India it has started. I don't know about the other countries that we are growing the vegetable on hydroponics. Now, hydroponics is a new technology where the vegetables are not grown on the earth. What they are doing is they are putting in on a height, and they are just putting the artificial chemicals in that, in the roots of that, and they are not seeding it inside the rope in the earth. But the problem with that is that we are losing the vitamins, we are losing the minerals. Even for the beetroot, which we are growing by that, we don't have iron. So one has to be very, very careful when you are purchasing from the mall or even you are ordering online. Please see to it. It should not be hydroponic. If it is, you have to talk to your doctor whether it is good for you or not. Because if it is not, then please don't go for that particular thing. Although it looks very good, it's neat and clean, and people would like to buy. Even I was buying initially, but then I was told that please don't go for this. It is not good for the health. So I have changed that thing. So this is one more thing which I want to tell you. Now, about the immune organ health, like spleen, thymus, etc. How vegetarian diet will support, because it provides antioxidants and phenolphthaleins and strengthen immune cells and reduce inflammation. And that's why our immune organ health will be far better than sometimes far better than other people who are eating meat, etc. Now, when we talk about oxidative stress in organs, whether the plants food can protect there or not, yes, berries, green leafy vegetables, nuts, seeds, and green tea are rich in antioxidants that protect organs from damage. So we have so many things in vegetarian. It is not like this that if I'm a vegetarian, my health will not be as good as a meat eater or somebody who's a Mediterranean or a Chinese food eater or something. No, I am as good as others, rather sometimes better also. So that is one. And one more thing which has always been asked, how can vegetarians get enough calcium for bone and organ health? So fortified plant milks, tofus, almonds, sesame seeds, kale, and broccoli. They are rich in calcium, so one can very well consume that. So vegetarian meat diet, whosoever is, only thing is you should know what to eat for your betterment of organs. But first, consult your doctor, dietitian, and then go for it. Then we say about B12. Why is vitamin B12 important in a vegetarian diet? Because vitamin B12 is crucial for red blood cell formation and nerve health. Since it's mainly found in animal products, vegetarians should consume fortified foods or supplements. So one has to go, because we have to understand there are some things that we can't have everything. So we have to take supplements, some vitamin B12, like I am taking Centrum, one tablet a day. So one can have some supplements to see to it that should be no deficit. So there are many things which can be say we can say the vegetarian diet is very good for healthy organ. And why I'm talking about healthy organ, I would like to clarify this thing, because I know the condition in India is very poor, very bad as far as the eating habits are concerned. And today, because of that, our the organs failureness here is more. I will give you just a reference. About 3 months back, Economic Times published a news item, and this says in Bangalore, which is the IT hub of India, 20% plus IT young youth are now suffering from organ failures. It's a very, very alarming condition. Why it is happening? One reason is definitely the lifestyle. Because what we are eating now and what we used to eat 60 years back, totally different. Because at that time, no farmer, because there is no fertilizer except the gobar khad, which we used to say, that we used to put. But now, at that time, it was introduced somewhere in 60s in India, the urea and other fertilizers, which has created, although the yield was more, but it has reduced all the qualities what we were used to have earlier. That is one of the reasons. Second is the pollution. Definitely, what we are having the pollution in all the metros, especially in Delhi, even in Bangalore or Mumbai, what we are having or facing is one of the problem. And third is the eating habits, because as you all know that the IT people are working during the night time in India, generally because the Europe and especially the USA, which is giving the maximum business to India, are open when India is sleeping. And that's why the people are working in the night. They are drinking black coffee. They are eating packaged foods in the office, wherever they are sitting, even in the house when they are working work from home. And that's why these things are happening. So my advice to everyone is, please consult your doctor, your dietitian, check up with them what food is good for you. Don't listen only things now this, because what happened, the WhatsApp university is throwing every day. Somebody says you must take a fish oil, somebody says no, you take only tofu, somebody says no, because what is suitable for you might not be suitable for me, or what is suitable for me might not be suitable for you. So it is very, very much important to understand. And if we have to keep our youth healthy and not see that we should not go for organ transplants and organ donation, we have to go for a healthy diet, vegetarian diet. Yes, I can vouch for myself. I'm a vegetarian for last almost 30 years. Earlier, yes, I used to have non-veg, etc. But in childhood, it was purely vegetarian. And I become young, I started eating. But from 1993, I left non-veg, even egg, and I am feeling very happy and healthy. I have no issues. So you decide yourself. Vegetarians have lots and lots of choice, whatsoever suits you. We have lots of vegetables. We have nuts and whatnot. In India, one can do it. And thank you very much, Mr. Neil Kumar, for giving me the opportunity to talk about this. Although I used to talk about organ donation everywhere, this is the first time I'm talking about that this type of topic. But I tried my best. I'm sure that I have delivered something which will be beneficial for your viewers. So thank you very much.
Well done, Rotarian Lal. You said from the personal experience of course, you have cautioned everybody to exercise caution because it's not as a doctor or a dietitian, but because of your personal experience and the data you have collected for the organs and how good they would be for donation. Well done. It's very good. Anjali, what did you think of what Rotarian Lal Goyal shared with us?
Namaste, Dr. Lal Goel. It was very, very informative talk. And I am a vegetarian and also a vegan also sometimes. And definitely would say that there's nothing like, oh, we need to eat. There's a lot of, WhatsApp University saying, okay, we should eat red meat or beef to get our B12, which is again good for our heart health because homocysteine would come down with B12. So B12 is a very important ingredient, especially if we are taking a vegetarian diet, and it will really help us with heart issues or prevention of stroke and bring down the homeocysteine down, which becomes the main reason for hardening of the arteries and destruction of the bone tissue also. So vegetarian diet helps you digest better also because easy to digest in the gut, easy for your protein assimilation also. The proteins are easy to digest, and it is full of colorful phytonutrients, like antioxidants, and it makes you more positive, I feel, sometimes when you eat a vegetarian diet. I don't know, it is my say or whatever it is, but I do feel that the energy is different.
Yes, and this is about omega 3. Now, omega 3 is available in all the whatsoever that we have the mixed nuts. What we have walnuts, we have almonds, we can eat those so we can cover the omega 3. And even now, the vegan omega 3 capsules are available. So, why to go only for the fish oil omega 3 when we have choices about the omega 3? And omega 3 is very good for our heart.
So lovely
Yeah.
tips. Anukul, your comment before we go to Seema Patel, who is going to show how we can consume protein as a vegan and vegetarian shortly. So Anukul, your comment, please.
Thank you very much. I must thank even Rotarian Goel for fantastic set of information he has given. But it has set me rolling in a very big way in different ways. I've been looking at two sets of data in the past. One was I had read a bit of Charaka Samhita and as well as Shushruta Samhitas and compared to see what was done in the past and what the industrialization has brought about in the manufacturing and production of food. In India, the what you call the quantity of protein and nitrogen in soil has reduced significantly because of the use of pesticides, and it has been very very serious issue. In some of the places, particularly in Punjab and all those places, use of pesticides have brought down to almost 0%. While in places in Madhya Pradesh and all things are reasonably all right, between 8 and 12% of protein, because it is the cows and other things would be walking about in the fields. Their what you call products would come and fall on the ground and they would mix, and also various kind of insects and other kind of things would also grow over there. They would die. Their protein also would be taken by the things. One of the reason why hydroponics is bad is because you're giving nutrition from outside, but you're not giving the actual proteins and things like that. So to that extent, hydroponics is not the right way to go ahead. At the same time, you also said about one food is good for one person, not good for the other person. That is where I would look at these Ayurvedic specialists who will say, you're got Vata, Pitta, all those classification of human. My food, the way I like my food may not be the same as the other person liking the food. It's a part of the human character, which will what they will take on. And also what they call pasteurization of food. I mean, I see many people over here in UK. They're also short of protein even when they're eating a whole lot of meat and other kind of stuff, only because most of the meat and products over here have got lots of antibiotics because animals are given antibiotics injections. They've given hormones, and these things actually have a huge impact when they're consumed. People don't take that into account. But what actually it does is it destroys the microbiomes in the intestines, and that's how you also destroy the ingestion of these kind of materials in it. To me, it's one of the very important things, because it's also the cause of inflammatory condition of various joints, aches and pains, multiple aches and pains that happen in these people who are eating processed foods or having the food which are taken from these kind of farms. So it's very very interesting, and lots of this thing I've learned from the way the various anti-industrial people have really looked into it. The dietary people have also looked into it, and also it's knowledge that's available in this Charaka Samhita and Shruta Samhita, it is really very important. Thank you very much for the information that you gave.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal Gohel. Anukul, very good points. Seema is smiling. Seema Patel, it's the first time for her. She's going to bring a Rotarian. This might be useful for you because she's going to show the benefits of how to consume protein through tofu and other material. Seema, a global namaste to you and welcome to Healing Our Earth. How are you?
Global Namaste and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Hello, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, good.
Well,
Well, thank you so much, first of all, for having me on. Namaste, everyone. It's an absolute joy to be here and to listen to the last two speakers. Actually, I joined just after 4 o'clock, so I heard into the last two speakers. So really important information that you've shared, and also the Anukulji as well, that you touched on quite a few things about processed foods, and I'm a big believer of clean eating food and increasing protein in the diet. And the last speaker, is it Rotarian Lal Goel, you spoke about protein and things, it may not be suitable for everybody. People's diets are very different. So I'll also put a disclaimer out there. I myself am not a nutritionist or a doctor of any sort. However, I live my life and I cook for my family this particular way, and it's worked well for us. And we are big believers of clean eating, seasonal eating as well. Eat what's in season, organic. And I like to increase protein in most of the meals that I cook at home. Takeouts are fairly less, purely because of this reason, for the inflammation and all sorts of reasons. And I have not young children, but 18 and 17-year-olds. So I like to increase the protein, and we're vegetarian. So I thought I'd touch on certain foods that are slightly underrated today. So I'll begin with why protein really matters. It helps repair tissues. It keeps us strong, energized. It keeps our kind of hormones balanced as well. For women, especially around the perimenopause and the menopause time, protein becomes a very important factor as well. So, and during that stage, our muscle mass and bone strength naturally decreases. So protein helps maintain that muscle, reduce some sort of fatigue, and also stabilizes our hormones as well. So for men too, it kind of supports stamina. It helps with the metabolism and recovery. So really, protein is important for everyone, and also at all stages. So there's a common myth, really, that you can't get enough protein if you are a vegetarian or a vegan, and that's absolutely not true. We just need to know where to find it and how to intake it as well. So I'm going to start with my favorites, which are tofu and tempeh. They both come from soybean. They're quite different in texture and flavor. So tofu is made by curdling milk, a bit like paneer. It's soft, it's gentle, and it absorbs flavor quite beautifully. And tempeh is made by fermenting whole soya beans. It's firm, it's quite nutty, and it's got a nice bold kind of flavor. It's also full of probiotics, so it's quite good for gut health as well. Okay, so if we look at some nutritional facts, 100 grams of tofu can give you 10 grams of protein, and 100 grams of tempeh can give you around 18 to 20, almost double. Tempeh is kind of like a higher grade. Both are low in fat, rich in calcium and iron, and are low in cholesterol as well. So they're quite good to add in. One thing I would say is, again, like the previous speaker mentioned, is do consult with your doctor or your dietitian, because like you mentioned, some people are on a a certain diet, whether they're thyroid, then obviously you wouldn't take tofu and tempeh in such quantities, because it doesn't help with the medication that you're taking. And also, if you're on if you suffer from some sort of kidney disease as well, then the amount of protein intake may be too much, and you've got to balance kind of like the potassium as well. So these kind of things, and various other things. So I would put that other disclaimer out there, that if anybody is looking to increase their or change their diet, do speak to a physician. So how do we use tofu and tempeh? Tofu can be tasteless if not used correctly. What I like to do with tofu is I like to freeze it first, then I defrost it, squeeze it out, and then I'll either scramble it into like a scrambled tofu, or I would cube it and marinate it. And then I'd either air fry it or pan fry it, and then I'd add it to different curries. I use different forms of tofu, so I also use a silken tofu as well. With silken tofu, it's really good in the sense that you can blitz it up and add it to different curries or sauces. So if you're making an Italian dish, you can add it to an Italian dish, a pasta or a risotto. You wouldn't even know it's there. If I'm making like a Thai green curry, I would blitz it up and add it to my Thai sauce, along with some coconut milk and all the aromatic spices as well. Again, a katsu curry, or whether it's an Indian kind of like a makhani sauce or a kind of gravy sauce. It's very, very versatile. So silken tofu can be hidden quite easily, and you can quite easily increase the amount of protein that you're taking in that way, along with the additional tofu that you'd add in like a solid form, like a firmed tofu as well. So you can happily add those pieces, tempeh pieces as well. How else would I use it? So scrambled tofu is very good in the sense that you can add it with some masala, some chaat masala, or black salt gives it that kind of like a pungent flavor. For those of us that don't take eggs, you can quite easily scramble that and add that and have it as part of your breakfast, or you can have it as part of a main meal if you're having it in your tacos or in a sandwich, quite easily. It's very, very super versatile when you actually start using it. What do I do with tempeh? Tempeh, like I mentioned earlier, very deep and nutty flavor, works beautifully in Indian cooking and other continental and global dishes. So again, you can grate it. I would grate it and I would add it to black beans and make burgers into it. So black bean burgers, and I would keep them ready in my freezer, so it's always available. I could crumble it into like a burji type, again, a scrambled, and have it with a gravy again. So that is quite nice, a burji alone. I would use it into I would marinate it like a tandoori style or a Szechuan style, and add some spices, air fry it, put some smoky seasoning to it, and use it that way. Also dice it up, just use it into pasta, and extra protein. Another thing I've been doing with tempeh and tofu actually is I would use it in my parathas, or with tofu, silken tofu or other tofu, I would blitz it and use it in my roti dough. So that is another way of increasing it for a normal dinner time, and you wouldn't even know it's there. So for like if it's like a tepla dish or something like that, you could quite easily grate your tempeh and add it in there like you would instead of like a paneer. So once you start really using tempeh, you'll realize that it's just as versatile as tofu, or just as versatile as paneer even. But it just gives you another option, especially when you're looking at the fat intake versus paneer. So I just thought I'd touch on a couple of other things, other underrated protein sources that we probably don't think of as much, like flax seeds, chia seeds. You can add into your cereals, smoothies, and yogurt. The last speaker spoke of them as well. Pumpkin and sunflower seeds, sprinkling them over your salads, or even like your khichdi. I often have make a like a Buddha bowl, and my kids like it in the winter months, where I would make a very kind of like a soft khichdi, very runny, lots of different types of lentils in there, but I'd add toppings to the khichdi. So I'd have it in a nice bowl and I'd add different toppings to them. So it could be some nuts, roasted nuts on the side, have some papadums there as well. I'd have some seeds as well, and I'd add yogurt. And often you find like you've got protein in the khichdi already, but you've got protein as toppings on top, and that helps. And it's like it's different. So you can also add your like seeds and nuts to like a Buddha bowl. Also, in my khichdi, I would swap half the rice, because for Gujaratis, we use khichdi, half rice and half lentils. So I'd have a various amount of lentils, and it would be like whether it be split moong with the skin, and some other lentils as well. But I wouldn't use half the rice. I'd use like a quarter of the rice, and I would use a quarter of quinoa as well. So that way I'm getting a lot more different varieties of protein in there as well. And obviously the glycemic index isn't going to shoot up as quickly as well. So looking after how that sugar comes up in the body as well. So quinoa is a good one to add. It's also got 9 essential amino acids in it. So it's really good to use instead of rice. You could add it into your risotto as well, along with your silken tofu, and just use half the rice and half the risotto. That way you're having and you're tasting the foods that you're used to having, but also you're giving your body like a nice balanced kind of nutrition as well. Soya chunks is another one, soya granules, a bit more processed again than the tofu and the tempeh, but in moderation when you're having it now and again, it's fine, and it's super high in protein. We're looking at something like about 52 grams of protein in 100 grams of soya. Then you've got your normal lentils and beans, again combined with grains like dal and rice and rajma, to make it complete proteins as well, with a yogurt as well. So this is how we bring all this into our daily kind of routine. So if I just give you an idea of what I do for breakfast, it could be something like oats muesli, either with soya milk or normal milk, chia, flax. You could use oats as masala oats as well. Like we have Gujaratis, we have vagareli rotli. So instead of a vagareli rotli, I would use oats and do vagarela oats. Tofu scramble with veggies. Lunch, different options. I'd use the tofu and the tempeh, as I mentioned, or quinoa millets instead of rice. There's lots of different millets that you can use. Snacks would be like things like roasted chickpeas, nuts, hummus, veggie sticks, avocado, a kind of like a dip made with the silken tofu again. And dinner options, I gave you quite a few, like you could use like soya mince, a bolognese, a stir fry with tofu or the tempeh, or the dal, or the, like a Chinese, or whether it's the Thai or the katsu. I think it's not all about perfection, it's about progress. So even small swaps make a really big difference. So I would just say protein isn't just for bodybuilders or for fitness lovers. It's really more, like for your well-being, for vitality, for strength, and I guess for just healthy aging. So by adding these kind of options like tofu, tempeh, seeds, and legumes, we kind of nourish ourselves a little bit better. So that's basically how I would do some small swaps if anybody's interested in using these kind of items like tofu and tempeh. I also thought I'd touch on, I have my own brand, which I've been told that I'm allowed to speak about. It's called Simran's. I don't know if you can see it here. probably can't see it very well. It's called Simran's, and this one's called Tofu Burji. So it's, you may have heard of them, you may have seen them. They're freeze dried. They are kind of like NASA meals, aero. People take them to space, these kind of meals where they last for about 2-3 years, but once rehydrated, it lasts for about 24 hours. Good options for when you're on holiday or when you're away on business and you don't want to have so many takeouts, or you don't want to eat in restaurants regularly. It's something to think about when you're looking at your nutritional values. So this is something I came up with just to give people a different option. Okay, so
So, Seema, just so that the people who are listening to you, and while you were talking Gujarati stuff, there's hardly anybody Gujarati here at the moment. Majority of the people out who are listening are from Philippines, Indonesia, East Africa, South Africa. But she meant khichdi was a hodgepodge, which is a mixture of rice and lentils, and she said vagareli rotli. So she was talking about chapatis when they are left over. They are chopped into pieces and put into spices, and then nothing is wasted. So way back, nothing was wasted. So new recipes were discovered. Here is Seema's website. While she is not from a nutrition or a doctor's point of view, because of her personal experience and gaining, she has come with some nice recipes, and you can use these. They've got long shelf life. You just have to add some water to it. There are the recipes are already made up. It gives you a cooking instruction. And presently, there is a special offer. All Simran milk pouches are just £1 59 pence each, which is, if you are in India, just below 200 rupees. If you are in America, just below $2. If you are in Euro area, again, just below €2. And it's the perfect for student life on a budget. So it's like a complete meal. If you are a student, you don't have to miss your state in India if you are from India. And whilst most of them have got the Indian touch and a taste, some are so neutral that you can eat. I can see a dal makhani there, and tindora potatoes. That's exciting, Seema. What is
yeah.
tindora potatoes?
So tindora potatoes in a good in for us Gujaratis, it's a staple one for in our like a meal. Tindora we call gilora. Tindora are baby kind of like cucumbers, and they go really well with potatoes, and so it's like a green sabji with potatoes, and we normally have it with a dal, rice, and roti. So, but it's an absolute staple. So a lot of Gujaratis that are students, they would really appreciate something like a tindora potatoes, and it freeze dries super well. Freeze drying process is again underrated. You can save the nutritional value. You've got a high nutritional profile. There's no added preservatives or additives or chemicals in there, because the freeze drying process is such. So it's something that we're not used to using, but it works, and it's I personally, I've looked at the nutritional profile of all of this, and I've tweaked the recipe as such to increase the protein in these products, and also to make sure that the fat content is extremely low as well. So that was my idea, because this is the way how I cook for my family. I wanted to make sure that I bring something out there for people to have, and for people to order, and if they're working professionals, or they're busy, or they're going on holiday and they don't want to eat out all the time because they're looking after their diet, and sometimes it's nice to be able to have something in house. So it's something that I wanted to offer, to
It's
just
quite
make it available.
exciting if people go to your website. So if you are wondering what the website is Simran's, is with Z and not S. So if you just put in Simran's, you will see the food. There are offers as well. If you buy multiple pouches, it becomes even cheaper. There is a cooking instruction there. You can see it moving around over here. It's quite exciting. So, Seema, how did you come up with an idea that you wanted to bake? Presumably, lots of your friends maybe liked your recipes and said, "We want to have it, but we don't want to buy it daily. Can we buy it so we can save it?" Was it? How did the idea come about?
So I'm always cooking, and I love cooking for my friends and my family, and like I said, I've always been interested in the nutritional values and how we can increase all the nutrition in our daily food. So that has always been a passion. And being a mother of two, and I used to work as well. So actually, my degree, I'm a pharmaceutical scientist. So I this is kind of like in my head, like scientist. I'm a scientist in my head. So it's something that I've always had at the back of my mind that I'd like to develop something that I can put out there. And cooking is my passion. So I kind of like combined it together and thought, well, let's give this a go. Let's try this. So anyway, so this is how I've developed it, and I've put it out there. We're not sure how it's going to take off or how it's going to go, but it's something that's available, and I'm hoping that people that do use it, they do like it. So far so good. People that have used it, they really like the flavor. They really like the fact that the some of the products like tofu burji, tofu tikka, the dal makhani, the soya one. Those are quite high in protein, and they work as a nice fix for lunchtime as well. They're easy to travel with, so they're very lightweight as well. So I've had good feedback so far. So let's see.
And you've got bhindi masala as well. Bhindi is
Yes,
supposed to
yes.
be a good
The
food as
bindi
well.
Yeah, the pindi masala is actually quite a funny one because although when you rehydrate it, it becomes a sabzi of bindi masala, but that's the one that you can have it without rehydrating it, and it tastes a little bit like bindi kurkur. If you've ever had the bindi kurkur, which is the crispy version.
And the
Yeah,
recipe has got so many things. You've got undiyu, you've got
yeah,
soya burji, you've got masala khichdi, you've got kaju masala. So those
yeah.
who love nuts, you don't miss out dal makhani, which is favorite to any cuisine. Dal fry is there, chole masala, dal
Mhm.
dhokri. We were talking earlier about, you mentioned vagareli rotli, which is chapati, which is actually cooked with a sauce and everything. Bengal Bharta, you almost covered the whole of India over there, haven't you, Seema?
There's quite a few items there. There's something for everybody. Yes, yeah, and all the products are actually vegan. So
And not
yeah,
only that, you've got a choice for those who don't eat onion and garlic either.
correct, correct. Yeah.
So, and knowing that you follow Swaminarayan, which is what is one of your favorite, you are quite a lead there for the outreaches, Seema. So, Seema, you will be in touch with Amrita here, who is in Jalandhar in Punjab.
Oh,
She's
hi.
the chief admin at Healing Our Earth. You are already in touch with Kailash, who is the one who introduced you. Say
Correct. Yeah.
hello to Dr. Anjali Agarwal, who is a senior consultant physiotherapist, but a women wellness coach as well. She's in Hyderabad.
Hi.
Say hello to Anakul Goswami, a semi-retired surgeon, pediatric surgeon, but he does compliances now and others, so he will again be in touch. Amrita, you can maybe involve Seema in women, Glow Women and Women Matters, and
Yeah.
also maybe diet for women for perimenopause, menopause.
Mm-hmm.
Today she wanted to bring the protein element. And Anakul, you had a
I,
comment before we discuss as our
yeah, I
own.
just wanted to have one small interesting because I think you're manufacturing these here in UK. You're lucky because it's important because I'm very much interested in tofu in particular. I like tofu. But interestingly, I was just trying to do the research only the last couple of months. And I was going through lots of documentation on the type of soya beans that we use. It is Venezuela as well as some parts of South America and as well as USA. They're using genetically modified soya,
Okay.
and that is not allowed here in UK as well as in India. And
Correct.
I was trying to do the research work by Vandana Shiva. She is one of those people who have been anti-industrial use of food. And then I realized that 80 to 85 or almost 90% of the soya made in USA and Venezuela and other parts, they are all genetically modified. But it's not allowed here in the EU as well as in India. So that's that. And what is the importance? The importance is that you tend to get greater allergic reactions with this kind of food. You develop more allergic reactions to it. And number two is that there are residues of pesticides in this food.
Yeah.
And that is where you might have some complications later on, but it's not been completely identified. Rest of the things remain the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
It'll be worth researching. I mean, how you
Yeah.
find that out.
Yeah. Yeah, and obviously to have the products here in the UK, we go through a much more stringent process as well. And I just found it easier to keep all my products vegan as well for this purpose as well. Yeah.
So Seema, you made one statement, you don't know how it will go and how successful it will be. Well, you are already on the success path because you have made it, you've designed it. The color scheme of your pouches are beautiful, the contents are wonderful, you put some thought in it. You are a professional and a trained a person as well. You work for a very big firm anyway, so you're part of a industry that knows methodical and scientific searches. So you're already successful. The question is how successful you will be, okay? So positive thinking, it will be very beautiful. And I want to discuss the comparison between tempeh and tofu in a moment. Anjali, what are lovely products that she has already captured. Not only has she designed the recipes, sampled on herself, then with her friends and family, and now completely ready to go out in the market. Your thoughts as a woman and a woman entrepreneur and a women empowerment. Anjali, over to you.
Thank you, Aniti. Seema, it was a wonderful description of all the ingredients you have said. And great to know that you got so much varieties of proteins to be given to the family members and people out there. And you've done these, what dehydrated, or what do you call them? Kind of,
Freeze-dried.
yeah. So that food ingredients, I just wanted to ask you a question about like how good it is to, eat it for people like college students or students who they don't know how to cook, or they just boil it and they mix it and eat it. What is it like that?
So yeah, you're right. It's super easy for college students or professionals. And this is one of the things that I thought of when I was actually preparing it, because even whilst I was at university, I'm quite hands-on in the kitchen, even when I was younger. So I was able to cook, but I often found that a lot of my friends, they just either ordered food or got takeaways, or they used to have super noodles. There's hardly any nutrition in that. So I knew that there would be a market like this. And especially now in this country, a lot of Indians and Asians are coming, overseas as well. So there would be a market for this. So these packs, it's literally just open the pack, empty it out into a bowl, take out the oxygen absorber, discard it, and there's a correct amount of hot water that you just add to it. So once you've added that hot water to it, you give it a stir, close, put a lid on it, and that's it. You just wait for about 5-6 minutes for it to rehydrate. You can alternatively put it in a pan, add the hot water in a pan and simmer it for about 2 minutes, and it will reabsorb and become a curry or a rice or a biryani, as you'd like to have it. Yeah. So it is as simple as that. And then, like I said, some of them are full of protein, but you've got other ones like the biryani or the khichdi or the dal dhokri. So you could just have it with yogurt, or you'd have to have something else with it. So if it's a curry, you'd have it with a rice. So the student is making something, or having a naan or a bread. They are having it with something, but at least they've got something nutritional, something that's quite easy and convenient, and it gives them a flavor of home as well. Yeah.
Wonderful. And do they have all the nutrition intact in it? And what about
Yeah.
preservatives and all? Like
So
how
no
to preserve it?
Yeah, so no preservatives at all because of the freeze drying process. So there's no preservatives, no additives, no chemicals, no added colors as well. So it's exactly how you would cook it at home for your family, and then it just goes through the freeze drying process. So again, for me, I like to use less oil in my cooking as well. So even when I do a tarka, it's very minimal oil that I use. I like to increase fats in other ways. Good fats, but when it comes to oil, yeah, even in my darga, it's absolutely pure minimum, and the freeze drying works well with less fat anyway.
Wonderful. Thank you, Seema.
It's beautiful and they are professionally packaged. They've got the calorific value. They've
Yeah.
got British standard approval on it. So, Seema, you're already a winner. You just have to decide how high you want to climb. Amrita, so Seema, Amrita is also a Women Matter coach, but she also teaches people on the Ayurveda value of way of life and food and etc. So you two need to become friends and maybe she can share some ideas with you. We will
I'd like that.
introduce you to Seema Bhatia in Hong Kong as well from East Africa. So you're part of a family now and you'll be meeting a lot of women. You will meet some experts. Just build the contacts. Amrita, I want your comment just before that. Seema, your products are known to Chandres at the Empire Foods?
They are known to Chandresh by at Empire Foods. Yes, yeah.
Okay, fine. And so there are others that needs to be introduced to as well. Rajbog Food knows about you?
No,
Okay.
no.
So these are all people who are do related with Saya and Sayona and things like that. So Rajbog again and will be good because you are packing it, freeze drying again, as you say, eliminates certain ingredients or certain way of life and certain preservatives. So that's very good. Amrita, you were smiling from an Ayurveda point of view. You got a choice of no onion, no garlic. You got a choice of a variety. Shortly, she is going to publish some desserts and sauces because now people are asking her for the sauce so they can just dump it in their ingredients at home. Your comment for Seema and what she has created, not just the value of tofu and tempeh, but she's a complete entrepreneur.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Yeah, wonderful, Seema ji. Thank you so much. And I would like to congratulate you, in fact, for this, for your initiative. And I think your experience for pharmaceutical industry as a pharmaceutical scientist will add on because kitchen requires a lot of other stuff. And there, when we are playing with the chemicals, here also we are playing with the chemicals. I also wanted to ask you, what makes it very unique that you're providing to people compared to other brands?
What makes it really unique is because I've looked at the nutritional profile myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that's what makes it very unique. There are other brands out there on the market. There are lots of things like this on the market. There are wet pouches as well. There's a freeze-dried pouches as well. Freeze-dried now is going really well in India as well. However, why my brand is more unique is because I have spent a very long time going back and forth with the production and then the labs, looking at the nutritional profile and tweaking it so that I've got the nutritional profile that I'm actually happy with. So that's what makes it unique.
Mm. And so one pouch of your is a single serving for a single person.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
And can it be stored for how long after being hydrated?
After being hydrated, so I would say maybe about 6-7 hours. It's freeze-dried produces can actually last for about 2 years, but on my pouches, I never write the 2 years because people are people and they don't understand how this technology works. So I'd always write 12 months. And And also after rehydrating it, it's best to just, I mean, if you're rehydrating it, you should really just use it straight away, but you can keep it aside and consume it within the same day. It's absolutely fine. So I know the army uses a lot of freeze-dried items, and their shelf life is 2 years, and they're once rehydrated, they consume within 24 hours. So they have meal packs that are 24-hour meal packs. That's what they call them. So it's the same technology as that. Yeah.
What inspired you to go into this actually?
I
There's so
think,
many other things you could have included, like you could have opened up some restaurant or something else,
yeah.
or there are so many other social media ways. But what inspired you to just go into um, frozen food things?
You know what? I think it was just after becoming a mum, having you're juggling so many things, and you're cooking for your family and you're cooking for your children as well, and you're making sure when you have children, your mind is more worried about, or just constantly conscious about, what am I feeding them, because they're young and they're growing, so you want to nourish them, you really want to provide proper nutrition in their bodies, and not only because you are feeding them good nutrition and because they're growing, but also as a lifestyle habit as well, because you are the one that's going to create this habit. What they eat in their younger years into adulthood is what they will want to continue to eat as adults as well. As Indians, we are prone, and we are actually born with certain diseases as well. And the environment just literally pulls the trigger where it's already there, and you step one bit out of line and you've got the diabetes, you've got the heart disease, you've got cholesterol, you've got this, so you're already born with all of that. And I think it's so important that we as Asians, as Indians, we teach our children how to eating everything in moderation, but also eating clean, clean food that's got a high nutritional profile to it as well, and eating certain foods with certain things. So I've just understood that you're into Ayurveda, and you promote that as well. But for us as a Gujarati, I was brought up eating like a Gujarati thali most evenings, and the Gujarati thali would consist of a roti, a green sabzi, a lentil kind of a gatur, and we would have a rice, and we would have yogurt on the side. We would have pickles that could be of which is fermented. The pickle would be fermented, whether it's with the mustard seeds and lemon juice, whether it's apples or carrots or things like that. So you've got when you look at your whole plate, you've got a complete nutritional balanced plate there. So that has come with spices, with turmeric, with all the spices in moderation in every single kind of item. So those kind of things, they're there for a reason. They're there to balance everything in your body. And I think it's important to carry that on forward. And our younger generation should actually know about it, learn about it, and be able to consume it, even if they're so busy that they can't cook it themselves every day. But it's there, readily available, without having the additives, the processed, whether it's the chemicals and preservatives. So it's available. We make it easy for them. So I think this is what inspired me, that it's probably my children and feeding my children good food inspired me to actually be able to want to feed other people out there as well, that it's available and you should have it. Yeah. And it's our culture, and bringing it into this country and making it more available.
I have one question to ask Seemaji in particular, because coming from the pharmacology unit, there is it's totally off the line, by the way. I'm going to ask you this awkward question. People are now asking for increased protein levels by taking things like insects, etc., which are being now processed in a way where you can consume only insects, and they've been manufactured in big quantities. And it is shocking to me. I further find it disgusting, but I'm sure there must be some sort of thing in it. And I just wanted to take your opinion about what do you think of that, and
I,
where does it go in terms of pharmacology and various kind of research?
so I have heard of it. I have come across it, like these WhatsApp universities where these things come up in your reels. It is absolutely disgusting, but I know that they are producing it like that. Personally, I haven't come across it. I haven't read any reports about it or any clinical data about it as well. It's not something that I've read on, because being a vegetarian, it's something that I would never consume anything like that. So it really doesn't interest me. And obviously it wouldn't, I read all the ingredients of everything that comes into my house. So even something that has like palm oil in it, because we know that adding protein, you get these protein shakes, and a lot of us have them as well. But again, you get different varieties of protein shakes. So I even look at, the palm oil kind of content as well. And if there's palm oil in it, it's something that I'm probably reluctant in having. So yeah, something like that. I'll be honest, I haven't come across it. I haven't read any clinical studies or papers with that, but yeah, not interested.
That's a very interesting thing, Dr. Anukul. In fact, I think this whole stuff has come up from the place where many tribes depend upon having animal insects, and the survival sustenance criterias, and it has been a part of their culture. If you ask somebody how much, it's something like people living near the seashores are having seafood. It's just very similar to that. And I think, based on that, the gut is also very much aligned with what you are having from the very childhood, and you grow up with that, and you continue with these kind of things, and specifically with the kind of consumption of insects and living a lifestyle in a very different way. In totality, what is my point of view as uh, as a person, which I feel is that uh, the gut, in relation to your lifestyle and your mental setup and your thinking process, has a very big thing. So what I had been talking about earlier, in the same way, that the cognition in relation to food and food aspects, which many traditional medicines have been talking about, is a very integral part of it. When I attend a lot of conferences, and there are a lot of researchers where I see so many tribes who have been consuming their traditional foods, and they survive on that, especially many of the South African tribes, where Caribs and Amazons, as well as Arizonas, in different parts of the world, who have been untouched with the modernized part, what we are living as an urbanized states. These people have naturally grown in that way, where the availability of certain things which are pretty natural, their lifestyle, which is not urbanized like us, their way of sleeping, their way of thinking, their way of collecting food, their way of doing things, cooking them. Uh, every small aspect makes a very big difference. So insect consumption, or consumption of kind of these things, for an individual who is a tribal and in that system already aligned with those things, whereas making it as a superfood and providing it to people may have a very big difference. And I think a lot of research studies are required to study those people, how the product come into, and also many legal aspects in relation to animal violence and stuff are important to
It's
cover
it's
these stuff.
it's interesting to let you know that it's also used in India, by the way, by the commandos who stay in the forest for several weeks at a time. And I've been with
That's
one of
fine.
the units, and we actually did. We used to go for about a month out on patrol with no connection with the world, and our officers, we survived on snakes and various kind of insects and other kind of products, particularly leeches. But anyway, it's interesting. But that's how you survived.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah. But
Yeah,
it's
that's what
commonly
I'm saying.
used
yeah,
in Thailand as well. In
yeah, yeah.
Thailand, it's a delicacy for them in Thailand.
Hmm. So that's why in Thailand, if it is, so in some place it can be a cultural stuff, in some places it's a survival stuff, and you're not going whole
Out of the
life
way.
long with it. Yes, you're taking it for survival as a medicine, as a diet for your nutrition for particular years at a particular time, which is very specific. And in that way, bringing something as a brand and then releasing it is in a very different state compared to what is as a culture, which is used as a delicacy or it's been used as a survival food. So that makes a very big difference. How you take the foods in your life is ultimately very different, actually. So
Yeah.
somewhere the same food can be for your survival.
Yeah.
Somewhere the same food can be just a cultural stuff, where we see in Japan and so many countries, tea is such a delicacy. It has to be taken with such a privilege. Whereas somewhere it is just a normal stuff. So the food, it's it's conditioned, its relation, in what way, which country, which place, how you're consuming has got a very big difference. Yeah.
That's right.
And
Amrita,
here we have lovely Sharon. Yes.
Amrita, time to welcome our Sharon, our senior
Yeah,
resident
global
host in United
namaste.
States of America. A global namaste to you, Sharon, and how are you?
Global, global namaste. I'm good today. Getting better. I had we had a strange virus going around here. And
Mhm.
the virus not only affected your gut, but it affected your mind. And
Mhm.
so
So,
many
Sharon,
people
in
that have got,
future, in
yes.
future, when you get a virus, just order these special foods from Simran's.
Yeah.
Simran, and you can see
Yeah.
there, look, these are the favorite Maharashtrian food, pohas, isn't that right,
Oh,
Amrita?
right.
Maharashtrians, they love poha.
Mhm. Mm.
Wow.
And she has branded
Pitanka
and
poha.
given all the values. And look at that, another
Oh,
sumptuous
I'm
dish, you know.
hungry. This
Seema, is
is
Sharon,
it there in the US also?
It's not in the US, but I'm happy to ship it into the US. So you just let me know, Sharon. And Neil Kumarji, you are my biggest ambassador. Thank you so much.
so Seema, you need to get in touch with Sharon and Amrita's friend Dhanada and Hitendra Rana, who will put you in touch with the local food people out there. And Anukul is there in Manchester. He already likes your products. So when he's in London, he'll come and see you as well. And so, Seema, I want to just to tell you, because somebody pointed this out, that tempeh compared to tofu has got on average 20 grams of proteins per 100, wherein tofu only has 9 grams. So
Correct. Yeah.
already tempeh is twice. Although high in calorific value because it's got a lot of carbohydrates, but it has got fiber, which is again much higher than tofu. Average is 6 grams per 100, wherein tofu is below 1 gram.
Yeah.
So again, good value. And from probiotics, because tempeh is a fermented food, it contains more probiotics, and tofu is not fermented. So here
Correct.
there is a massive difference. Although I've also found out that tempeh is more pricier than to buy tofu, but like for like, much superior to tofu and got good, because when you average about 9 grams, I mean, when you average it from protein point of view, about 20 grams
20
for
grams in
100,
100. Yeah.
that's very high. That's beautiful
Correct.
because just have a 200 grams and average woman's daily protein is there. You will be a muscle bounding a woman out
Six
there.
packs, six
So,
packs.
No
yeah,
six
six
pack
packs,
happening.
yes.
The six pack actually doesn't happen that quickly, so that's a myth. But it's so important to have that like for a woman, 20 grams is just it isn't enough even really.
No.
Yeah.
Depending if she's weighing about 75 kg, about 50 grams, I would say, of protein, and you're not going to get the muscle. You're just going to get a nice toned body, really. But also you're just you've got everything that you need. But yeah, for a 75 gram sorry, 75 kg, I'd say
Yes.
about 50 grams. Yeah. So even if they're getting about 40 grams, it's good enough. But yes, you mentioned it all. Cholesterol free, but fermented, and it is a higher grade. It's a very superior grade of protein. Yes.
Yes, it's quite useful. So it's so nice that so there are alternatives. I mean, vegetarians have lived on the earth for several millennia, so it's not as if that is a crime or anything. It's beautiful. You're on an option, and Seema has come out with not just from a protein value of view, but the spice value, those who like spicy and they like scrumptious food. So it's over there. So well done, Seema, on that.
Thank you. Thank you so
And
much for having me. Thank you.
Sharon, in America, do you like tofu?
Well, it depends. It's not, I don't like it particularly.
No.
Tempeh I would prefer. Um, but, there are a lot of Chinese people here who love tofu. There are a lot of people who are, strict vegetarians who love it. But, it just depends on the person.
And Chinese love
I
their tofu
remember
quite a lot, don't they?
in the 70s is when it really started becoming big in this country in all the health food stores. But I want to tell you what we're doing here now in Crestone.
Yes.
And I'll be seeing the person in charge of it this week, so I'll get a report for you. But Hannah, who we all know, Hannah Strong from Crestone, has a dream of building greenhouses so that we can completely feed everyone in Crestone and maybe even in the valley. So they're starting to work on putting together greenhouses to grow our food, and it will be such that if people have money, they can give money for it to get food. If not, they can work all kinds of different ways that we will be able to feed our community here. And it's going to be in association with our Japanese center here. Japanese center called Shumei International it's totally into. I'm going to bring someone on from there on one of our shows. Their whole focus is healing and beauty, natural agriculture. And so they're going to be involved. They have some experts in natural agriculture here. So maybe I can do a little piece for you to bring in on all of this that's happening in Crestone, because the food situation, if you don't know what's going on here in America right now, all of these people, I would say in Crestone, which is, we have a lot of people who are on this supplementary SNAP program from the government, and they have kind of cut it out until they bring the whole thing back, stop this, what they're doing now to hurt people, I think. And so we have food banks here. People are jumping up to contribute money for these people. So, but we're also concerned about the stores here, because I would say the main organic store here, he told me that at least half of his money comes in from people with these benefits. And so it's a very interesting time where community really needs to get together to help people. And that's why one of the reasons we want to create these we do have a community garden, but it's not that time of year where people can just be getting food from that. So we want to create a system where there's food for everyone here all year round. And also on the subject of inflammation and gut, to me, so much of it has to do with your emotions.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had myself, it's one of my areas of concern. And from childhood, being a dancer, an artist, a composer, all those things is an unusual thing to be in this world. And we tend to be very sensitive, hypersensitive. And I mentioned that this illness came around. So the people here, there are a lot of artists here, that one of the things we've been experiencing is just out of control fear. I mean, we're all meditators. We all have many practices. And there's something about this strange illness. Now, Kim Engard, the naturopath here that we've met, she's studying it and she creates, I'm on one of her remedies for that. But she says that they're engineered. She thinks these are engineered to really put you in fear states. And everybody I've been talking to who's had this, it's like they're having acid reflux. Some of them had to go to the emergency room because they were vomiting and diarrhea so bad. And then they were telling them all kinds of strange things, which like they had, oh, maybe you have pancreatitis, maybe you have this, but it was this virus. But the hardest part, I think, besides that, my immune system isn't that bad. So I got it mild. But the mental part for all these people, they're having, dreams that beings are attacking them. I had nightmares where these dark beings were attacking me and I was doing all these mantras, and the mantras of the like Durga, etc., would dispel in my dream. It would dispel all of these negative entities. So this is what's going on right here now. I started using Manuka honey. And that it's a prebiotic and it's been very helpful. So this is my kind of Crestone update. And it's also strange because our weather it's now, November, and the temperature has been 60 degrees Fahrenheit, which is very unusual. Usually by now we're down in the 40s. So this may play a role in what's going on here.
So the climate change is definitely taking place very rapidly, isn't it? Just in the last 3-4 years, we have seen complete different climates in the world in most countries, haven't we not?
Yes.
Yeah.
And maybe that will affect the crop and the food, and then maybe the diet will change as well.
It's very possible.
And our body might have to change our composition. I mean, literally from 50 to 80 years, some of the countries will not have fresh water to drink.
Well, how about Iran? What's going on there right now? Tehran, they have no water.
Yeah.
And they're talking about evacuating the whole city.
I mean, it's actually becoming true. South Africa, look at that. They were planning to see how they can annually buy so much water. And I think we might see the need of this in our lifetime.
Yeah.
It's just amazing how things are changing. So coming back to food and diet and stuff, Sharon, you in your childhood days, from what your mom used to cook, and your mom lived quite long from that generation. She was over 90 years old. So what kind of food did she used to feed you, or how cleverly or craftily would she blend the ingredients and spices so you eat healthily? Do you remember anything?
Yes, I remember. Well, you have to understand, my dad owned supermarkets. So in the quality of food, we had really high quality. Right?
Organic.
Well, as close to that as I don't think at that point, those years in the 50s, 60s, they were thinking so much about organic, but I mean, we were meat eaters, we ate steak, we ate chicken a lot. And but it was a time in America of like, canned vegetables, right? Canned peas, canned corn, canned everything, and mashed potatoes and iceberg lettuce. And since we were Jewish, we had no shellfish. There was all these restrictions. We couldn't have meat and butter at the same time. But it was a very American diet. I didn't start changing my diet until I was in college. And that was in the late 60s, 70s, where health food stores started coming in, and there was a whole movement towards vegetarian diet and very healthy food. So all of a sudden I was eating things I had never experienced as a child.
And so the mandatory fruits, 5 fruits and 5 vegetables, I mean, mix of 5 fruits and vegetables, was it still at that time taught in the school and required?
Oh yes, it was taught, but it was the understanding of diet was very, very different from now.
Completely. We've got so
It
much
was very
processed food.
meat-based here in America, very meat-based.
Yes.
Right. And I
In
mean, I didn't know about romaine lettuce or any
yes,
other kind of lettuces,
I love
and
romaine lettuce because
fresh vegetables. Really, it was a whole thing when a childhood of canned everything, right? So I didn't really learn about all those things till I went to college.
romaine lettuce is one of my favorite,
Me
and
too.
every third day I would bring it. So they come in 2 stems. It can last you 3 days, and they're very crispy, quite healthy. If you can eat lots of mixed salad before you eat any meal, then your body has got good food to break down any naughty foods, etc. In my childhood days, what we remember, milk was compulsory. So
Oh
I
yes.
was born
Oh,
in Africa, and in the classroom, small bottle of milk for every student would be left in the classroom, and everybody consumes. And now milk is a taboo subject. So what do we believe? Do we believe the scientists? Do we believe the nutritionists, the doctors? So it's such an amazing turnaround. Anukul, you remember in your childhood days in India, you had to have milk in the morning?
Absolutely. And yeah, that's absolutely true. It was there in our school, also in our lunchtime. In our lunchtime, also, we used to have milk. And the more milk we had, the stronger we became, so called. At least mentally, we felt stronger.
Amrita, in India, in the schools, the milk is mandatory now, or
Yeah,
what
my
is
kids get milk, definitely. And as Dr. Anukulji said, like it's considered to be mentally, it's mentally satisfying that you've, even as a mother, if you feel the tradition of having milk and the milk cream gives a mental relaxation to the parents that, yeah, kids have taken. It's considered to be a good part of the nutrition. We, yeah, so milk is one part of it actually.
And
So.
in the UK, they say don't drink too much milk. You know, it's
I think
so
in the UK, it's not about you can't drink too much milk. I think personally, I believe that it's it's because it's full of hormones. The cows were given
Yeah,
so many hormones to get that milk,
exactly.
whereas from previously in India and maybe in Africa as well, it's grass-fed cows' milk that you probably would have drunk as a child, so you can have plenty of it. But I think now, because the cows have been pumped with so many hormones, and then you're having that milk. So even for my children, I gave them I would give them organic milk, something like a Yeo Valley organic milk, because in my head I would just think that, okay, if I think it's a better milk, it's okay
to give.
to give, yes.
Yeah,
And my
yes.
Interesting.
father used to drink when he was below 60, he used to drink 5 or 6 pints a day, even in this country, because he had moved into this country. So the same, homogenized pasteurized milk, which is mass produced over here in UK. And when he passed away at the age of 98, then he had dropped down to 2 pints a day, which not many people can consume here, maybe even over a week. So it's just amazing how things have changed. And as Seema says, is how or where the cows are, and how the milk
Yeah.
is
And
consumed.
something about
So
milk.
in India, is milk mandatory
No,
in the
it's not
school?
mandatory. A lot of changes. it's not mandatory, but a lot of changes have come ever since commercialization of food have started. And so this kind of problems where people have shifted to A2 cow ghee,
That's right.
as well as the milk production has been commercialized. There are a lot of like questions on the availability of milk. But I have seen in the many rural areas of India, people still have uh, they take the milk from the person who is a cattle herder, and then the milkman will be taking it and to the cooperative society that is brought, whether it's cow's milk or buffalo's milk. People also take goat's milk. So in different places in rural areas, people still prefer to have the local places where the milks are available.
And you
And ever since
just have to heat it up to nearly boiling point, and then it's
pasteurizing
safe.
it, not just the boiling point, you have to keep it for a few minutes beyond the boiling point, and that's what is called as pasteurization, because the bacteria, especially the tuberculosis bacteria, it needs a more higher temperature to kill. So pasteurization complete process is boiling for a few more minutes beyond the boiling point is the very true reason for that. But then still it has got a lot of other ifs and buts in relation to what kind of quality of foods we are getting and what is being processed in terms of the sweets that Professor Rotatin Lal Goyalji was mentioning about
Jalebi
the
every day.
sweets, jalebis and the ghavar with the malais and stuff like that. Yeah.
That was my
Dr. Anukulji?
that was my patent food during the time I was undergoing training in the army, and
Hmm.
I used to take 250 grams of jalebi and 1 liter of milk every evening without fail. It was my normal meal, and
So the
and
Wow.
can you believe that? And now I look back, I said, why did you do that? But yes, I used to feel on top of the earth with that, you know.
Yeah, because
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the mood will improve, isn't it? When you have jalebi, you feel good for a while. Milk actually dilutes the jalebi's sugerness, so
Oh
it's become
yes,
like a jalebi milkshake inside. Maybe if you're younger, you can fight certain things better and faster. It
yes.
does catch up. I think
I
that it
I was
changes when
23 or
you
24
age.
that time.
Yes, maybe there was
Yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
enough knowledge, but I think diet does change with the age as well, doesn't it?
Yes,
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And Neil Kumar, we are now landing up with Sabudana Khichdi with Dr. Anukulji in some
all
time.
right.
And what I wanted to add also is that the taste receptors also change. So the taste receptors are pretty much developed when we are young, and that is why we need a lot of palatable, tasty, spicy things which we love. But if you see, as you grow older, at the older age, people are very comfortable with a very simple, bland diet. They are into porridge. They are into a little bit of millets, boiled food, steamed vegetables to a very greater extent, even if you don't give a lot of spices to them. It all varies from people to people, but then the taste receptor physiology also changes with aging. And that makes also a big difference, actually.
Absolutely. But
Let's hear from Anutukulji. Let's hear about your Sabudana Khichdi that we are waiting for, and then we talk to Sharon.
absolutely. I could not show that, I could not demonstrate the whole cooking because I don't think I have the right setup to show it. But
No
anyway,
problem.
I'll tell you. First of all, so Abhidana Kuchari is something that I really love, and my
Mhm.
friends also love. So we'll be quite surprised as soon as this meeting is over. I'll be making the same sabudana khichdi right now, and take it to my friend who has just been discharged from the hospital. And whenever they want any, and whenever I make sabudana khichdi, I make it in very good quantities because all my friends like to have it. So I make it for at least 14 to 16 people or maybe 20 people at a time. So it is bit of a, so I have to make it 3, 4 times to complete the process. But today I'm just going to make it for 2 people. Basically,
So,
he's been discharged. So I'll show you.
Anukul, what is the biological or the English name for sabudana for those who don't understand?
Well, it is what you call what is that?
Is it sago?
Yes, it's sago. It is sago.
Sago.
Yeah, it is
Sago.
sago, and it was actually introduced and interestingly it came from South America to and through the
Mm.
Portuguese to India. So it was sometime around 1600 it came to India, and it came to Kerala to start with. And the first sago seeds were made in Tamil Nadu. What is the name of this place where you make steel in Tamil Nadu?
Salem.
Uh,
Salem.
Salem. That's where they made the seeds first from the sago. The sago seeds were, I mean, the beads, they were made over there for the first time, and that's where then later on it got into the nutrition for the poor systems.
Yeah.
Then it came up north towards Gujarat and Maharashtra and some parts of Madhya Pradesh. And as far as I'm concerned, I used to get sabudana porridge whenever I used to be recovering from any kind of illness. So mother used to make that sabudana in that milk and make a sort of porridge and give it. It's very widely used all over India. But when I was in Maharashtra studying my medical school, Maharashtra is famous for sabudana vadas, as well as this sabudana khichdi.
My
And
favorite sabudana vadas. And the
yes,
Marathi ones are so nice. Amrita,
absolutely.
in Punjab, they still call it sabudana.
Yes.
So is sabudana in
Yeah.
every state in India?
Yeah, mostly sabudana. Yes.
We make sabudana kheer also, payasam.
Exactly.
Yes.
The sabudana
In the
paisam, that's what I
fast
was talking
days.
of.
Yes.
Hmm.
The fasting days, basically sabudana
Evening.
kheer and the other recipes. Yes.
And
That's
somebody
Yes.
right.
So,
from
Dr. Anukul.
Yeah,
somebody from
absolutely.
Singapore, Anukul, somebody from Singapore is saying that they find that is something like tapioca pearls.
Yes, it is. Tapioca
Yes.
pearls.
Yes.
Exactly
Yeah.
Yes.
right.
Sharon, does this make
Tapioca
sense
pearls.
to you? Tapioca pearls or sago?
Boba tea.
Yes.
No. So it seems that it is people who are either in the Indian subcontinent or Far East who recognize sabudana. Khichdi, of course, is a hodgepodge, which is a mixture. So what is special about way you do it, Anakul?
Oh, yes. First of all, I do it in a way that I really like it because nobody taught me exactly, but I sort of developed my own taste for it, and I therefore make it entirely on my own way. The real cooking part of it is very, very small, but it's very simple food, but it's a very delicate food. It's not something that you can play very casually with it, because if you mess it up, it becomes a big lump of very jelly stuff. So you really have to think very carefully about it. So I'll tell you a few pearls of my cooking. And first of all, the sabudana seeds. I will actually show you exactly how I've made the thing so it'll be easier. Yeah, the sabud. Can you see this? No, you cannot see it properly, can you?
No. We can't see it.
All right.
Okay, if you unblur
How is
your
that?
camera,
Right now I
your
understand what's
camera is
happening.
blurred.
So that's
Yes.
we'll have to go to the Zoom systems. Anyway,
Yes, the Zoom
so
video setting.
yeah, it's nothing much. So I'll just explain to you.
If
It'll
you bring
be
the bowl close to the camera, then we might be able to
maybe
see
you
it.
might be able to see it. Yes. How is that?
Yes. Well done.
Wow, super.
All right.
Hmm.
The first thing I do is quite unlike putting a normal sabudana things. I really normally they say just clean it 2-3 times, but I promise you I do it no less than 8 or 10 times or even more.
Yeah.
The point is when you're cleaning up with water, I don't like any bit of milkish look in the water, so I just clean it up as best as I can. So there is no starch attached to the sabudana beads. That's number one. Then as soon as that's over, I make sure that the water that's should just be in line with the seeds, is not more, not less. If you have it more, it becomes a very messy stuff. It becomes less, then you're left with hard things. At the end of it, when you take the sabudana seeds, they should get nicely crushed like this, completely crushed. That's what that's you see this. It shouldn't really melt completely, gets crushed and you squeeze it. The next thing that I do is once that is done, I've I mix it with two things on top of it. You can see these are groundnuts, which
Peanuts.
are the peanuts, sorry, the peanuts, which are crushed, and as well as in a mixer, I make it. It is partly sort of ground, and they're in fairly big pieces. That's number one. Then after that I add salt over it and a bit of sugar, and I nicely mix it. And then after that, the main cooking starts. Main cooking is very simple. It is jeera, a little bit of jeera. I use that first. and I use ginger, and I make them all prepared because the real cooking takes only 4 minutes. And this is ginger, which I sort of dice it. Then I put green chilies. It's very, very simple. And at the end of it, of course, I use some curry leaves. Curry leaves are not used everywhere. So they are the only ingredients I put. Just put them on, fry it a little bit, and then I put diced potatoes, which have been boiled, very nicely boiled, so that some people in the at home, I've just kept it with a cling film so that it doesn't get too dry because I'm going to cook it very soon. And that's nicely boiled and kept ready. So as soon as the ginger, the green chilies, and this seeds, the cumin seeds are heated up, I put the diced potatoes, heat it up, and as soon as it's done, I put the mixture of the sabudana as well as the peanuts as well as sugar and this thing. I put them all in, mix it nicely in such a way. Now the point is, I've got to make sure the heat is not too high. It has to be lowered, otherwise the sabudana gets burnt. So it is to be kept. You should immediately start stirring it, move it very nicely, and then cover it to steam for nearly 2 minutes, no more than 2 minutes. Even that time, I feel get very restless. I have to move it and then again make sure I've stirred it so that it doesn't get burnt. As soon as that's over, then I put pure lemon there, enough of it. Then I use grated coconut and then steam it again a little bit, and then put coriander leaves and have it.
Wow.
It's as simple as that. With this, and that,
Wow.
but I mean, enough of salt and all the kind of things are all made sure. But I just cannot resist to continue tasting in between as many times as possible to make sure it is to my taste first. If I like it, then I'll give it to the others.
Hmm.
So that's as
Yeah.
Oh,
simple as
that's
that.
lovely.
And
Yeah.
I've been trying to lure some of the what do you call all my friends say that they have stopped taking any of these from anybody else. It's if you're going to make it, you're going to make it like Anukul's. So I've been trying to get some attachment with some of my what do you call restaurants over here, and they're very keen to. They say, all right, fine enough. I don't mind taking a job as a chef to make sabudana khichdis. Just this is just a joke. Yeah, that's fine.
Wow, that's
Wow.
amazing. I'm going to prepare that. Dr. Anjali, what have you to say about sabudanas and khichdis?
Oh, it's my favorite, this khichdi. I do make it when I'm fasting and all, almost festivals and all. And similar way, but I just don't put peanuts, lots, little peanuts and potatoes, little bit only. But lot of pomegranate I put in the end.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
I never
so
tried pomegranate before. That's fascinating. That's absolutely the pomegranates are very fascinating fruit because somebody gave me pomegranate in place of gulab not this what do you call that, golgappa. And one day I went to one of our friends' house and they did not have there was no watery thing, but there was some potatoes, and they put pomegranate seeds. I said, and I had it. It was
wow.
exactly like golgappa. This is amazing.
Cool. Hmm.
And it's a beautiful sourest and very nice sour and sweet taste, exactly like golgappa of this thing. It's amazing. But as far as peanuts thing, I use the again. There's a lots of interesting things about peanuts. I use full peanuts, which have got even the covering on it.
Oh,
Oh,
Peanuts combination with sabudana combination goes well. In fact, I also prepare in the same way, but I would love to take it with little bit of sugar and lime, which I don't add in
lime.
coconut.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. Sharon, what have you to say about sabudana khichdi that Dr. Anukul has just mentioned about?
I would love to taste it. One thing wanted to bring up is the allergies that are happening in this country. I don't know in India
Hmm.
and other places, but so many people are allergic to wheat, and they're
Hmm.
also and but then they have this gluten-free bread, but they put so much sugar in it
Sugar in it.
Hmm.
that it's ridiculous. So I think it's just, you're talking about the milk. and the processing of it. It's what's happening with the wheat. My husband got a whole bunch of organic wheat berries, and then he grinds them and he makes his own bread. And that's very different from, it doesn't have all the sugar and it doesn't have all the processing, and it's much nicer. But allergies have gone really crazy in this country. People are obsessed. They can't eat this, and you go to a restaurant and and they have a menu says, okay, this is peanut free, this is gluten free, this is, it's it's sad, really, that the processed foods are creating these problems for people. I read that.
What's in your kitchen garden these days, Sharon?
Well, at the moment, nothing, because it's winter. Well, we could have kept growing, actually, but no, this year
I
we
can see
decided.
so many indoor plants at your home where you are right now.
Oh, this is my
So many
studio.
indoor.
This
Wow,
is
that's lovely.
my studio where I work, and I like to have all this around me, especially in the winter. Yeah.
And I remember once you had so many gooseberries, and once you had so many
Oh,
tomatoes, and then you had so much of tomato sauce that you prepared and we distributed to
well, this year
everyone.
we
There was
we
a lot
didn't
of basil.
do the garden because we were both so busy. But we had a gigantic elderberry bush. So we had a lot of elderberries. The gooseberries, well, it was very dry here this summer. And so in general, people who did grow, the mice and the animals were eating their plants. It wasn't like a big harvest this year because
I see.
people were really complaining about the mice. The animals were very hungry and they were eating everything, all the people's garden they would bring in. And that's why we want to have the greenhouses for the whole community so that we can protect the food. Well, get some cats in the greenhouses too.
So what are the seasonal fruits and vegetables that grows around in this season at your place?
Well, apples. Apples,
I see.
yeah, they're still kind of really, we actually had delicious apples this year. A lot of apples. We're so high up, we're at like 8,000 and 9,000 feet. So, we have some Nanking cherry trees. The birds came and ate. We have to start protecting things better. And pears, peaches.
Peaches and pears, right?
Palisade peaches. And yeah, they do really well around here, but only certain things because we're so high. And the growing season is not that long.
Hmm.
And Sharon,
And which
do you have to use pesticides?
No, we don't, unless we're using like neem oil or something. We don't. The
So
people around here,
your food is purely organic and you can just eat it.
totally.
So important. And
Yeah.
Amrita, same at your place in Dharamshala, isn't it? That you don't have to use pesticides, do you? What grows in your garden?
Yeah, I think we are at the same altitude. So we also have the apples to some extent, and we have plums and peaches, which I remember. And I also remember my parents making apple marmalade and plum jellies at home, which are pretty fresh, and the aromas of that are very, very exciting as a child to have them with breads and stuff. And yeah, in those climatic zones, the people have a lot of organic cultivation as well as farming. And nowadays, a lot of people are taking interest in organic farming ever since the rise of cancer in India, as well as many other diseases, which people find has been because of the preservatives in the food and the chemicals in the food that decreases the nutrient values of the food. And yeah, that's very, very important. And in fact, I also love the concept, which I also recommend people to have your own kitchen garden, which is very important, and growing up certain herbs uh, here and there in your kitchen garden that are useful, and some vegetables which you like, which are seasonal and that may help you really covering up the situations where the market prices are pretty high, where the market availabilities are not there, and also off your mood. If you want to cook, just go to the kitchen garden, pluck the things, and prepare, which is nice. And that's what I have been loving, Sharon, from your kitchen gardens as well, which we remember and we wish to see them in the future as well, which is actually nice.
So isn't that amazing? From the ground to the garden onto your cooker and the table, that means you've got full traceability where the ingredient comes, which is now a mandatory requirement in United Kingdom that a restaurant has to prove the traceability of the food before it serves. And Sharon, as you mentioned, the allergies. Now each restaurant has to keep all the ingredients marked, and you can ask for a folder before you order, which tells you the type of allergy, the level of allergy. So the UK has gone completely full out. It's a mandatory requirement now. So it's just amazing. But growing your own products and you don't have to use pesticides, then so fresh. And I noticed that Amrita has got apples, UK has got apples, Sharon, America has got apples. I think there's one fruit that Almighty made that every country has, and isn't it one of the, it's not classified as superfood, yet it's one of the best fruit to eat every day. One fruit that should be eaten every day is an apple.
Yeah, exactly.
I grew up on an apple a day keeps the doctor away.
And I
Yeah.
eat an apple a day where whatever happens, one apple has to be consumed. Not because an apple a day keeps the doctor away or that other people are saying it, but I find that apple is not too sugary, is fun to eat. As you eat the apple, it cleanses your teeth as well. You know, apple is that good as the sultana. So it's amazing how earlier we did discuss, Sharon, that everybody should be eating the seasonal fruits and vegetables because that's how the nature had designed things. So that in a tropical climate where you need to hydrate yourself, you get a lot of coconuts, plantains. In a hot country, you get foods that keeps you warm. You know, in a hot country that cools you down, so watermelons and things like that. In a cold country, you got to consume the food that actually builds your body heat. So I think one has to apply the grandmother's common sense, and we never realized how knowledgeable they were till now, where we realize that we are in a complete processed food world. I mean, in India, just 30 years back, there were no frozen foods. They didn't even know too much about tin foods in India. And now, all over India, supermarkets are just becoming like westernized.
You have, when you're saying 30 years back, I have to tell you that when I had my first grant to come to India,
Yes.
1983, the government gave me this booklet, right? And it told me that I should wash all of my vegetables in laundry detergent.
In a laundry detergent?
Yes, to keep them, so I could eat them because, I didn't do that.
I'm glad you didn't do it.
Oh, this is crazy.
I mean, laundry detergent could be quite harmful as well.
I know. I don't know. People,
So it is true, yes, that in India, because it wasn't just pesticides and all those things, you had lots of roadside dealers and the carbon monoxide. I mean, literally a micromillimeter of a layer of every fruit and vegetable had carbon monoxide in it. So then they said you should peel off the skin. It is skin which has got nutrition. Even kiwi fruit, people throw the skin away, but that skin is edible. Mango, which is classified as a poisonous skin, For years, we've been eating mango with skin. I mean, it's so much fun to eat. So sometimes one just has to follow nature and your own body's power of digesting food. But it is true, some phytic acid, for example, if you don't soak your beans, if you can soak your nuts and beans for 2 to 4 to 9 hours, if it's kidney beans or black chanas, then scientifically it's been proven how it consumes when it goes into your body, how the body cannot absorb certain antioxidants or vitamins. So I suppose some point we're going to learn and go with the science, but washing
Always
detergent, if you have
changing.
to,
It's always changing, the science.
it's always changing. It's always completely
But
changing.
there because of Kennedy and Jay Bhattacharya and these people, there is a movement towards health, and taking away these red dyes and all these things in the food that were created, of course, for the corporations to make more money.
Yes.
The movement towards that here, so that's hopeful, and they're even trying to make it so that you can't use these benefits, these SNAP benefits, to buy, all this processed food, Coca-Cola and all this, that you can use it to buy healthier food, but people are addicted to these things. That's the problem.
Considering that we are nearly 9 billion people on the earth now, how will the earth feed the human beings unless we find alternative source or we reset because we've damaged so many trees, plantation. Our lands are not arable anymore. They're not a food friendly soil left too much. So much something has to drastically change.
Yes, well, and it has to start in our hearts. That's what when I look around, because I've been reading a lot, I read a lot of history, and we really have to grow up as a species
Yes.
in order to survive, because it's just the level of dumping bombs on. I was just reading about the land in Gaza right now is just poisoned. I'm sure in Ukraine it's just enough war, enough. It's just, what's the point? We're human beings and we should love each other and we should help each other, and all this fighting, and it just seems to me very juvenile, actually. that
Maybe we all have to learn the hard way. And if we don't do it correctly, we are running out of water. I mean, we are running out of water in maybe our lifetime. So it's just scary. Food is scarce. Although food is available, people waste so much food nowadays. I mean, the grandmothers and the forefathers and all those things, they used to preserve everything. Everything was useful. They didn't even have to get ill if they had the food following their unless it had salmonella or E. coli. Amrita, you are in the land of farming. Punjabis are some of the best farmers in the world. Whole of Punjab grows so many vegetables and spices. Do you think it's changing there as well? It's more commercialized and supermarkets have taken over in Punjab?
Yeah, more than supermarkets, I would say, because of the farming stuff, it's very commercialized, and there's a lot of things in relation to the chemicals that are being used, as well as the processing of the foods and the vegetables which you see in the market for commercialization. And because of that, there's a lot of problem related with the environment and sustainability, and the groundwater level, which is not pure. Because of that, as soon as it rains and the water that they are feeding in the farms is going on the ground with all the pesticides, so there are a lot of problems in relation to that. Despite being an agricultural state, it is, I would say, not a healthy agricultural state nowadays, because of the intense production and the kind of uh, um, per capita income in terms of the agricultural products people are aiming for in terms of rice and wheat, which is widely grown over here. It is really a tougher state. But I still find Himachal pretty better in many states, especially in the time places of Spiti Valley, in the places of Kinnaur and these areas. Particularly, people grow organic vegetables, and a lot of organizations that work with these people to have sustainable foods for their own survival as well as to give them a source of income in that way. Some amount of millet, some amount of maize is a very good food and staple food of these places which people consume. And the rich diversity of local foods has made them really very special, what people consume and how they keep up. If you talk about the higher regions of higher terrains where it snows for all the 6 months, nowadays it doesn't snow for 6 months, but still a couple of places are there people still survive on the natural basis with the natural foods and the herbs and the storing techniques that they have. In fact, with the wooden homes which are kept warm and the food stores which are kept especially for the winter grains, where they consume these kind of foods in the whole winter to survive for themselves and for the cattle. So that kind of stuff is very pure as such, but the other kind of consumptions have been commercialized because of that, the rise in different kind of diseases and what Sharon you had been talking about, the addiction to the tastes, which I agree to, is very very large in many populations worldwide. So the addiction of having the pizzas and the burgers and the cold drinks and a particular taste of foods which commercial society has made has given, it has hit people in large, rising obesity, rising diabetes, rising high blood pressure, and also many other diseases in terms of the mental health has drastically affected because of the taste addictions, because people can't leave these tastes. That's the problem. And the easy availability. That's what. So
So the
it
advice
has.
is wake up now, don't waste food, don't waste water, eat your own food, treat cooking as a lovely therapeutic hobby, and who knows, your body will treat you well because it will return health back to you. Amrita, let us tell people what's going to happen on Healing Our Earth over the next 3 episodes. So if anybody would like to contribute or something, they can contact you. And here goes the first one next week.
Yeah. So next week we are having World Diabetes Day, and the episode is Diabetes and Well-being, which will be broadcasted on 16th of November 2025 from 2 p.m. Greenish Mean Time onwards. So if you're interested, you can pop in. And the following week to that, we are having Post COP 30, an episode which will be broadcasted on 23rd of November 2025, which will be talking about sustainability, putting nature, people, lives, and livelihood at the heart of climate action. And then after that, we are having integrated health episode, which where we bring a lot of tips for you again in relation to integrated health, transforming healthcare, which will be broadcasted on 30th of November 2025 from 2 p.m. GMT onwards.
There you are. So next week is diabetes awareness. It's the World Diabetes Day. Then following week is post COP 30, where we always have the best speakers with us. And the week after, integrated health. How do we integrate various forms of health for enhancing human health, mind, body, and soul? So it's so wonderful. Well, maybe time to close off now. And we've had a lovely session today. Nice recipe, actually live made in front of us by Seema and Hasmita, and then wonderful chit chat about proteins, etc., culminating into Sharon there at the end in the United States of America. Amrita, you've been here since the start, so maybe we can. Lata is smiling there. Maybe she likes food. Lata, do you have a comment to make before we just close? You can unmute yourself. Did you enjoy the kitchen episode today? And a global namaste to you.
Yeah, global namaste, Neil. Global namaste, everyone. Yes, I feel yeah, I learned a lot, but at the same time, I do feel saddened at the way human nature is sort of turning to just wars and greed and all these things of America just wants to control the world, and the global corporations there want to control the world. They don't care what we eat and what we drink, give us junk foods, and they make money galore out of it. And we innocently, buy it till we get older and wiser. And then we sit here and discuss it, and we say we don't want to give it to our kids. But, the kids go out and they get it everywhere, don't they? They go to parties. You can't have a party without Coca-Cola. You can't have a party without juices, It's just not a party. But that's the mindset we want to now adopt, is to have healthy foods. And I liked what Seema Patel has developed, dehydrated foods. It sounds like it's the way to go, maybe. Freeze dry things and cut the costs and cut and save really the planet, because we're running out of the vital resources. Does it make sense? Where do we go if Earth is finished, Like Neil, you said, we might not have water to drink, but we might not have air, fresh air.
Oh, yes. And our friend Bill Douglas sent me a video about the effect of AI on the children. And that's we should do a whole episode about about AI, what it's really having, causing difficult, because they're training the AI to be your best friend, to just, and there's a big case going on in the US where the AI has helped children commit suicide.
Yeah.
Right.
This is what's worrying and concerning, big time. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to.
Thank you. Thank you, Lataji. Sharon, can we conclude with your mantra today?
Oh, my mantra? A mantra?
Yeah, Durga mantra.
Oh, Durga, sure. Om Srim Dum Durgaye Shakti Bhairavye Namaha. Om Srim Dum Durgaye Shakti Bhairavye Namaha. Om Srim Dum Durgaye Shakti Bhairavye Namaha. Jai Ma.
Jai Ma. Thank you very much. We thank all the viewers as well as all the